Everyone here doing okay? I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna have more than fewer people, because a few people are doing streams right now who I think most of you got to know me from, but that's okay. Tonight's gonna be an interesting one. I actually think it's gonna be a long stream. It's gonna be a bit of an unusual one too, because we're not fully only reading theory. We're not only diving into news, but we're going to be doing some work together. But let me annoy a handful of people, say hi to you, ramble for a moment about the last few days, and sort of prep and get ready to prep. Because this is Trump's fully taken office. Weird shit's happening everywhere. Whether or not it turns into anything, I don't think we actually have knowledge of that, nor do I really particularly care. As I've talked about for the last, couple weeks, the bigger deal here is not so much are we going to be able to fight off what Trump's doing, because that's kind of like asking, are we going to be able to lift a car? The point isn't to ask whether or not you'll be able to do that. It's to begin asking what you need to do the thing. How do you put the tools in place in case you need to? And I keep talking about how we need new tools, new ways of thinking, new ways of fighting, new ways of discussing what's happening. And one of the greatest challenges we have right now is, and I've seen it brutally over the last few days, but I think overall the last 25, 40 years, a lot more prevalent the last decade or so, especially since Trump came on the scene, because once postmodernism is fully introduced at that level, and Trump really began then and began moving in sort of a different position. But once you started to see that taking place, I think the overall push started to become how we responded. I go back to Jon Stewart on Crossfire. For those of you kids too young to remember, once upon a time, Jon Stewart wasn't returning to The Daily Show, but he was The Daily Show. And Tucker Carlson wasn't some asshole on X. He was part of this show called Crossfire, where he and a pretty sort of other politically connected Democrat, lefty, right-wing guy, would go at each other loudly and debate the issues. And it was a horrible show, generally across the board. And Jon Stewart confronted them on this when he was on the show, and Tucker couldn't quite handle it. The other guy also really couldn't, but he didn't want to sort of be the dickhead to Stewart. But Jon Stewart was trying to hit on something, because he kept saying along the lines of, you're dealing with their framing. You're not challenging them. You're joining in. And he couldn't quite put his fingers on what was happening. And this was in the mid-2000s. Over the next decade, we'd see that same thing, and we'd notice it. We would see people talking about it. We would ourselves, on the left especially, but I mean, even on the new alt-right or just in conservative circles, everyone talking about the framing of things and how difficult it is to fight it or how we don't. And so over the last few days, the fight against Trump has not put us in a position of being able to do battle. In fact, I would say we're not battling at all, but instead the push has been very particular. It's been replying to the actual framing. And I wanted to talk through a couple very particular things in this space. And I think we want to do it by avoiding hard theory, because, and I think what I'm talking about, I'm going to touch into it a bit, but I want to avoid stuff that's more difficult, more on that like end of the line conversations where we start talking about, for example, in Deleuze's work, how the space of representation conditions how we can respond, that the very nature of how we speak and the nature of how we make sense of things falls back on itself. And this process basically constrains us into how we can even respond. This thing is not unique to Deleuze. It's a thing Foucault talked a great deal about, even Agamben, who I've recently grown a distaste for, but a lot of really great thinkers have spent a lot of time, how is thought conditioned? But there's one book that I think has been left by the wayside, I could say. It's a book called specifically, I'll share the cover with you. And it's not an attractive book. You'll see what I mean. It's not the sexiest book in the history of the world. This is Don't Think of an Elephant from George Lakoff. Howard Dean wrote the foreword for this. Once upon a time, Howard Dean was a progressive voice. That went away. But the idea of don't think of an elephant is the question of, is it possible for you to not think of an elephant after I tell you to not think of an elephant? That's the challenge. When we have people in political positions, or when we have PR firms, or we have massively paid lawyer and public relations offices that are doing a huge amount of propaganda around any single news story, and we've seen this from the Venezuelans in Colorado to the Somali refugees killing and eating dogs and eating the cats in Ohio, all the way to the rampant crime or the failure of the city in Los Angeles. All of this is thinking about the elephant. Because when we have things framed for us, we respond in that framing. And I want to take a little bit of a journey as we sort of talk through why. And you'll see how it connects. For those of you who are part of our anti-Oedipus readings, you will very, very clearly see how it connects to our anti-Oedipus readings very quickly. But a lot of this is because the nature of hierarchy and power inside of not just our culture, but I would say the very way that our social system operates gives us very little chance to not think of an elephant. And that's what this is about, this first weapon. I want to talk about how we can build ways to not think of elephants. So this is by George Lakoff. I want to just burn through a couple of little bits. So we're going to read a little bit, and we're going to see where the stream goes, because I think it's going to be fun. As always, give it a like, subscribe, all that shit. Always throw a super chat or two my way. This is going to be a thing. The way that he starts, and I think it's the place I want to start as well, specifically, is he learned about this guy, James Dobson. I grew up in Colorado. Anyone who grew up in Colorado, or really the Midwest, but especially Colorado, knew James Dobson. James Dobson was a massive religious figure for the right wing and the conservative circles through the 70s, 80s, 90s, and thank God he's dead. Awful person. His whole push has been what we are seeing today. The work he did, this is the outcome. What Trump is doing is the outcome of this. So I want to talk through how he learned and what he saw through Dobson's voice. This is Lakoff talking about from Dobson's position. He dove in because he had never heard of Dobson. He taught in Berkeley. California, they don't really have the religious right in the same way. At least they didn't, especially when this was written. And so we want to talk about two very particular worldviews. We're going to start with Dobson's. The world is a dangerous place, and it always will be, because there is evil out there in the world. The world is also difficult because it is competitive. There will always be winners and losers. There's an absolute right and an absolute wrong. Children are born bad in the sense that they just want to do what feels good, not what is right. Therefore, they have to be made good. This is written from the conservative perspective, from Dobson's perspective. But for those of you who've been joining our anti-Oedipus readings, this is the entire thing that anti-Oedipus is about, or what Oedipalization of children does. It's the idea that people are born bad in the sense that they simply want to immediately consume desire, not to allow it to grow, become another thing, and learn how to control it. Therefore, they must be made good. Yeah, Secret Agent, focus on the family. But again, this is everything we're seeing with Trump. Everything around him is from that. And Lakoff's thinking points is also great. Absolutely true. So if you're a conservative, if you're this religious person, if you're James Dobson, what you need What is needed in this kind of world is a strong, strict father who can protect the family in a dangerous world, support the family in a difficult world, and teach his children right and wrong. What is required of a child is obedience, because the strict father is a moral authority who knows right from wrong. It is further assumed that the only way to teach kids obedience, that is, right from wrong, is through punishment. Painful punishment when they do wrong. This includes hitting them. Some authors on conservative child rearing recommend sticks, belts, and wooden paddles on their bare bottom. Some authors suggest this start at birth, but Dobson is more liberal. There's no excuse for spanking babies younger than 15 or 18 months of age. He wrote that. He wrote that. He wrote that. He wrote that. If you haven't been around a child 15 or 18 months old, actually, I'll say, if you have and you think that it's okay to spank them, I believe you should be ended. Like, there's no point to you existing. This is just an awful person to consider that on a 18-month-old baby. Unbelievable. The rationale behind physical punishment is this. When children do something wrong, if they're physically disciplined, they learn not to do it again. That means they will develop internal discipline to keep themselves from doing wrong, so that in the future they will be obedient and act morally. Without such punishment, the world will go to hell. There'd be no morality. Such internal discipline has a secondary effect. It is what is required for success in a difficult competitive world. From here, be thinking very particularly of the move of what happens and how they're building conditioning of you. That is, if people are disciplined and pursue their self-interest in this land of opportunity, they will become prosperous and self-reliant. Thus, the strict father model links morality with prosperity. The same discipline you need to be moral is what allows you to prosper. The link is the pursuit of self-interest. This is everything that Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire put out. This is everything Trump and his cronies put out. This is all of the shit across the entirety of the right wing. Is just this. It's just this. It's not even interesting. Given opportunity and discipline, pursuing your self-interest should enable you to prosper. Now, Dobson is very clear about the connection between the strict father worldview and free market capitalism. The link is the morality of self-interest, which is a version of Adam Smith's view of capitalism. Adam Smith said that if everyone pursued their own profit, then the profit of all will be maximized by the invisible hand, that is, by nature, just naturally, going about pursuing your own profit. You help everyone. Right? We've heard this before. As Ayn Rand, the laissez-faire capitalism, libertarianism, you name a fucking thing. This is the setup. This is the thing. This is linked to a general metaphor that views all well-being as wealth. For example, if I do you a favor, you say, I owe you one, or I'm in your debt. Doing something good for someone is metaphorically like giving him money. He owes you something, and he says, how can I ever repay you? One of the big pushes, and it's a thing I hate, is metaphor. You're going to see me using it a lot tonight because it is, I think, one of the tools in developing this very particular use of it is going to be necessary. But here, this is how metaphor and the seeming meaning or the transpositional meaning of things shifting, how it becomes even worse. The linked general metaphor of well-being as wealth. Because if you're doing well, you must have been successful. Success means you must be this. I owe you one. I'm in your debt. This is the language we use. This is the ways we phrase things. This is the setup, and this is the way we consider it. How can I ever repay you? Applying this metaphor to Adam Smith's laws of nature, if everyone pursues their own self-interest, then by the invisible hand, by nature, the self-interest of all will be maximized. That is, it is moral to pursue your self-interest. And there's a name for people who do not do this. The name is do-gooder. A do-gooder is someone who's trying to help someone else rather than herself and is getting in the way of those who are pursuing their self-interest. Do-gooders screw up the system. Oh, oh yeah, sure shot. Adam Smith didn't say these things. That doesn't matter. So here's how here's, by the way, rule number 1 of the rest of this fucking stream. It's not about correcting people. I hate to break it to you, just as a thing. Letting Trump, letting conservatives, letting the alt-right know that they're wrong doesn't matter. Being right feels warm and fuzzy, but does nothing politically at all. Elon Musk did 2 Nazi salutes. That's it. There's no debating this. Yet, there's debates. My favorite response, is those who say it's actually a Roman salute, which is true, because the Nazis considered the Third Reich the return of the Romans. That's why they used the salute. So it's a Nazi salute when you say it's a Roman salute. They don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Oh, your sanity's out the window at this point, sure shot. That's a thing that's got to be gone. We have to reconsider thinking, staying sane. We have to do proper material analysis, and we've got to take them at their word. That's the challenge. We have to take them at their word. Take them at what they do in the world and what they show us they believe. Always trust someone. Always trust someone when they show you who they are. They hate do-gooders. In this model, there is also a definition of what it means to be a good person. A good person, a moral person, is someone who is disciplined enough to be obedient, to learn what is right, to do what is right and not what is wrong, to pursue her self-interest, to prosper, become self-reliant. A good child will grow up to be that. A bad child is one who does not learn discipline, does not morally function, does not do what is right, and therefore is not disciplined enough to become prosperous. She cannot take care of herself and is thus dependent and immoral. When the good children are mature, they either have learned discipline and can prosper, or have failed to learn it. From this point on, the strict father is not to meddle in their lives. This translates politically into the government not meddling. This is his talk. So to say, consider what this means for social programs. It's immoral to give people things they have not earned, because they will not develop discipline and will become both dependent and immoral. This theory says social programs are immoral because they make people dependent. Promoting social programs is immoral. What does this say about budgets? Well, if there are a lot of progressives in Congress who think there should be social programs, if you believe social programs are immoral, well, how do you stop immoral people? Well, that's simple. All you have to do is reward good people, the ones whose prosperity reveals their discipline and hence their capacity for morality, with a tax cut. Make it big enough so there is not enough money left for social programs. By this logic, deficits are good things. As Grover Norquist says, it starves the beast. Actual thing that he says. When we talk about how conservatives view things and how they see things, their social investments into the world, they are at odds with ours. Very much. From a moral and ethical position all the way down. Deeply so. Because again, they are raised very particularly. Success is when you've done it on your own, or when you're at least able to prove that you have, even if you really didn't, because you can justify it. Success itself is morality. Yes, success is the moral thing here. And this puts us in a place, as Lakoff says, that fucks our ability to even have this conversation. Where liberals and fiscal conservatives take Bush's huge deficit, this, you can tell the year this was written, as bad, right-wing radicals follow strict father morality, they see it as good. In the State of the Union address in 2004, the president said that he thinks they can cut the deficit in half by cutting out wasteful spending. That is, spending for bad programs. Are conservatives against all government? No, they're not against the military. They're not against Homeland Defense, the Department of Justice, the courts, the Treasury, and Commerce. There are many aspects of government they like very, very much. They're not against government subsidy for industry, subsidies for corporations which reward good people, the investors in those corporations. Those are great. No problem here. But they're against nurturance. They're against care. They're against social programs that take care of people. That is what they see as wrong. That is what they are trying to eliminate on moral grounds. That is why they are not merely a bunch of crazies, mean, greedy, or stupid people, as many liberals believe. What is even scarier is that conservatives believe it. They believe it is moral, and they have supporters around the country. People of strict father morality, and apply it to politics, are going to believe that this is the right way to govern. This book was formative for me 15 years ago. It doesn't really lose a lot of meaning now. We're going to see a different type of application for it hopefully soon. But if you're following, it's important. Think for a minute about what it says about foreign policy. Suppose you are a moral authority. As a moral authority, how do you deal with your children? Do you ask them what you should do? Do you ask them what they should do or what you should do? No, you tell them. What the father says, the child does. No backtalk. Communication's one way. It's the same with the White House. That is, the president does not ask, the president tells. If you are a moral authority, you know what is right, you have power, and you use it. You would be immoral yourself if you abandoned your moral authority. Does this remind you of anyone? This is about Bush. By the way, this entire book is about Bush. But what Lakoff did is he basically thought through how cognitive science considers people and talks about people. Cognitive science talks about modalities of thought rather than unique people. It's not interesting to talk about unique people. They're big on aggregates. Oh, so are Deleuze and Guattari, frankly. That's the nature of what they're doing. The nature of what they're doing when they start talking about the large aggregates versus the molecular machines, the way these beliefs, fantasies, stories come together, how these work, how they map together into each other. This is a thing that goes on. Bush was not the first. This is why Reagan absolutely decimated when he did. This is why Bush Sr., he won, but then pissed out, like just fizzled when another strong father figure came out in Bill Clinton. And that lost to George Bush. This continues because this is what excites, this is what entracts, this is what pushes people. This is a general morality of how we see the world. But this is just conservatives. This is the big deal to understand. Oh no, I understand it's cognitive linguistics. I know, but actually Lakoff uses cognitive. It's okay. We'll get to that. It doesn't really matter. He's playing in a different way, thinking about the images of thought that exist for people. And so when we start talking about these things, we have to understand the way that their morality is growing, how it's set up, and how it's put together. So let's do that a little bit. Let's talk through that. He's going to do so right here. What does it mean to act in your self-interest? In the most basic sense, it means you act in ways that will help you be healthy and strong. In the same way, by the metaphor that a nation is a person, it's good for a nation to be healthy, economically healthy. A large GDP does that. And strong. The military is strong. It's not necessary that all individuals in the country be healthy. Companies need to be. And the country as a whole should have a lot of money. That's the idea. So the question is, how do you maximize your self-interest? Well, that's what foreign policy is about, maximizing self-interest. The rational actor metaphor says that every actor, every person is rational. The irrational is to act against your self-interest. Therefore, it is rational for every person to act as a act to maximize self-interest. Then by further metaphor that nations are persons, there's friendly nations, rogue states, enemy nation, blah, blah, blah. There are adult nations and child nations, where adulthood is industrialization. Child nations are developing nations or underdeveloped states. Those are backwards. You might say shithole countries. What should we do? If you are a strict father, you tell the children how to develop. Tell them what rules to follow. Punish them when they do wrong. That is, you operate using, say, the policies of the IMF. This is the lens with which they see things. We're going to go through an example of this in a moment. But I want to talk about the opposite of this. Because when we talk about the framing, it's important that we also talk about the framing the other direction. Because this is not all of America. This isn't at all that. In fact, it's not even close to most of America, especially today. It's a very specific structure within America that's replicated and that even is idealized or hoped for. But that's not the play that's happening here. Instead, it's actually a very different setup. So Lakoff talks conservative and progressive parents. This isn't right or left. He's got this very specific divide. And you can see it in studies about parents. It's the fun thing he goes into. So let's talk about progressive parents. Both parents here, equally responsible for raising children. The assumption is that children are born good and can be made better. The world can be made a better place. Our job is to work on that. The parent's job is to nurture their children and raise their children to be nurturers of others. What does nurturance mean? Well, it means two things: empathy and responsibility. If you have a child, you have to know what every cry means. You have to know when the child is hungry, when he needs a diaper change, when he's having nightmares. And you have a responsibility. You have to take care of the child. Since you cannot take care of someone else if you are not taking care of yourself, you have to take care of yourself enough to be able to take care of your child. All this is not easy. Anyone who's ever raised a child knows this is hard. You have to be strong. You have to work at it. You have to be very competent, and you have to know a lot. In addition, all sorts of other values immediately follow from empathy and responsibility. Think about it. First, if you empathize with your child, you will provide protection. This comes into politics in many ways. What do you protect your child from? Crime and drugs, certainly. You also protect your child from cars without seatbelts, from smoking, poisonous additives in food. So progressive politics focuses on environmental protection, worker protection, consumer protection, protection from disease. These are things progressives want the government to protect their citizen from. But there's also terrorist attacks, which liberals and progressives have not been very good at talking about in terms of protection. Protection is part of the progressive moral system, but it's not elaborated. On September 11th, progressives did not have a whole lot to say. It was unfortunate because nurturant parents and progressives do care. Protection's important. It's part of our moral system. Second, if you empathize with your child, you want your child to be fulfilled in life, to be a happy person. If you're unhappy, unfulfilled person yourself, you're not going to want other people to be happier than you are. Dalai Lama teaches us that. Therefore, it's your moral responsibility to be a happy, fulfilled person. Your moral responsibility. Further, it is your moral responsibility to teach your child to be a happy, fulfilled person who wants others to be happy and fulfilled. This is part of what a nurturing family life is about. It's a common precondition for caring about others. There are other nutrient values. If you want your child to be fulfilled in life, the child has to be free enough to do that. Freedom is a value. You do not have much freedom if there's no opportunity. Therefore, opportunity and prosperity become values. If you really care about your child, you want your child to be treated fairly. Fairness is a value. If you're connecting with your child, you empathize with your child, you have open two-way communication. Honest communication becomes a value. If you live in a community, that community will affect how your child grows up. Community building, service, and cooperation become values. To have cooperation, you have to have trust. Trust, honesty, and open communication. It's about community as a family. These are the nurturant values. They're the progressive values. As progressives, you have them. You know you have them. You recognize them. Every progressive political program is based on one or more of these values. This is what it means to be progressive. There are several types. How many types? Well, I'm asking as a cognitive scientist, which is what he is. That's why I mention it. Not as a sociologist or political scientist. He kind of sets up a handful of very particular groups. First is there's socioeconomic progressives. These are big buckets, so be ready for that. These think that everything is a matter of money and class, and all solutions are ultimately economic and class social solutions. There's identity politics progressives who say it's time for an oppressed group to get its share now. Environmentalists that think in terms of sustainability and the sacredness of the earth. Civil liberty progressives who want freedoms that they fight against threats to freedom. Spiritual progressives have a nurturant form of religion or spirituality. Their spiritual relationship experience has to do with their connection to other people in the world, and their spiritual practice has to do with service to other people and to their community. Spiritual progressives are the full range of everyone, he gives a list. And anti-authoritarians who say there are all sorts of illegitimate forms of authority out there. We have to fight them, whether they're big corporations or anyone else. Now, all of this plays into this nurturant parent morality. The problem is that many of the people who have one of these modes of thought do not recognize theirs is just one special case of something more general. They don't see the unity in the types of progressives. They often think theirs is the only way to be a true lefty, you might say. It's sad. It keeps people who share progressive values from coming together. We have to get past that. The other side did. I'm going to back this up. Leftism is about the universal. Fascism is not. Fascism is not. Fascism is to the particular, to the ideal, to the fuzzy of things. The universalist message, the The push towards the left is about the universal human experience, the thing that everyone shares, even those on the right and left. But those on the right, they want to control it. They want to hold it back. They don't actually want the universal human experience. The awkwardness as we grow, where we don't really understand sexuality and someone has to explain it to us, we have to go out and explore it. They don't even like talking that exists, let alone admitting that there's a large varied version of this in every single person. But there's a universal reality to it that all of us have, the way that these things work. They don't want this. They don't like this. It's not a thing that they have any interest in because they want control. They're worried. Their anxiety, their neurotic paranoia is that if something isn't controlled, it will be unbridled. It's unbridled. So dad needs to be empowered. Mom needs to be the one who's nurturing and caring. And we have gender roles nailed into this. This setup is important to understand because and we're going to talk through it real quick because now we're starting to advocate for why a certain praxis is necessary, but it's why we have to stop having any semblance of care. And we just need to get past the idea that there's wrong kinds of lefties, and we need to start looking at the universal message. We need to start looking at what we can be doing, not necessarily the groups that we can belong to. Because as he says, the other side got over it. And it's important to remember this because back in the 1950s, conservatives hated each other. This is absolutely true, by the way. The financial conservatives hated social conservatives. Libertarians did not get along with social conservatives or the religious conservatives. And many social conservatives simply were not religious. A group of conservative leaders got together around William F. Buckley Jr. and others and started asking what the different groups of conservatives had in common and whether they could agree to disagree in order to promote a general conservative cause. They started magazines, think tanks, invested billions of dollars. The first thing they did, their first victory, was getting Barry Goldwater nominated in 1964. He lost, but when he lost, they went back to the drawing board and put more money into organization. During the Vietnam War, they noticed that most of the bright young people in the country were not becoming conservatives. Conservative was a dirty word. It really fucking was. Therefore, in 1970, Lewis Powell, just 2 months before he became a Supreme Court justice appointed by Nixon, wrote a memo, the Powell Memo. It was a fateful document. He said that conservatives had to keep the country's best and brightest young people from becoming anti-business. What we need to do, Powell said, is set up institutes within universities and outside universities. We have to do research. We have to write books. We have to endow professorships to teach these people the right way to think. After Powell went to the Supreme Court, these ideas were taken up by Simon, father of the President William Simon. At the time, the elder Simon was Secretary of the Treasury under Nixon. He convinced some very wealthy people, Coors, Scaife, and Olin, to set up the Heritage Foundation. Recognize the name? The Olin professorships, the Olin Institute at Harvard, and other institutions. These institutions have done their job very well. People associated with them have written more books than the people on the left have on all issues. The conservatives support their intellectuals. They create media opportunities. They have media studios down the hall in institutes so that getting on television is easy. 80% of the talking heads on television are from conservative think tanks. 80%. And we're going to get into an example later that's horrifying at that as a thing. Or Canty, you missed a lot. We're going over, so for those of you who joined, because it started small. Today we're talking about a tool and why that tool exists and how to get there. And that tool is how not to think about elephants. Because if I tell you, don't think about elephants, it's next to impossible not to immediately think of a fucking elephant. It doesn't work as a thing. Because the framing of a statement, the framing of a question or a command or an edict creates the lanes you are able to operate in. And that's, as this is getting to, and I'll just sort of fast forward just a little bit here. Ultimately, what Lakoff's coming to at a core sort of idea is that the way that, and conservatives have spent decades doing this, decades, and billions upon billions of dollars building these institutes and building these setups. But at its baseline, what we're getting at is that when someone says, for example, tax relief, that's a phrase. It's not a phrase we need to use at all, but it's a phrase that privileges a very particular understanding of the world. Okay? If we were to go back to my favorite example, which is from Logic of Sense, Deleuze uses it a lot, but it's old Chrysippus, it's old Stoic shit, and it's great. If I were to say that a scalpel is cutting someone's skin, I could just as easily say that the skin is dulling someone's scalpel. Those sentences are describing the exact same event, but privileging different items within this. The way that these things are privileged change that conversation. So when someone says tax relief, they're talking and playing at the idea that tax is something to be relieved from. It's not. Not on itself. We can have a conversation around that, sure, but tax is not something itself that needs to be relieved. But by calling it tax relief, you're presuming that it needs to be relieved. If you talk about climate change as being real, well, I don't know if climate change is real. That has ensconced you in a very particular way of responding. It has conditioned the conversation. This is the nature of how our language works today. It's the nature of how linguistics is operating today, and it's the nature of how capital creates us and produces us. And so, for us, how do we then not think of an elephant? This is something I've been thinking about. I reread this book, which is Don't Think of an Elephant, which is Ben Lakoff, as I mentioned. And Lakoff's entire push very much is in this direction. It's having this conversation around saying, how do we talk about it as a thing? How do we talk about other things? And we can start moving that. Again, this book's like 15 years old at this point, 15, 20 years old maybe. It's a very old book. But we can start having this conversation and say, wait. How do we understand what's being said? How do we break down a statement? How do we then reformulate and turn that back around? For example, if you were to say that we want to fight for government health care, you need to understand what that means to people and the thing that it's positioning. Government run being the dirty word it is to most people from a general values perspective. No one goes government run, yay! They understand that as being a negative. It's been a thing that's been reinforced over and over and over by the right. They've built this. So when we say, oh, there's government run healthcare, or that we have a free market versus a free market, freedom on one side, government run on the other, sets up the elephant. It's creating the elephant for us. And so if you sit there and you go, well, look, the free market can't do everything, you've lost. You're done. It's game over because they've framed it. You're within their framing. Now you have to fight out of that pit. You're fucked. Instead, you can talk about healthcare freedom. What is freedom? What is healthcare freedom? Well, I want to go to the doctor I want to go to. I don't want to actually have to deal with in-network or out-of-network. In fact, I don't want to have to worry about my job. I don't want to be stuck at a job just because of healthcare. I don't want healthcare to become a shackle and slavery. And it is in the private sector, the silly, disgusting slavery that exists there. I want freedom in my healthcare. I want to be free. The only way for that to be free is for profit to be removed as a thing. We need to get rid of insurance companies and these silly, stupid networks. It's the only way to allow freedom. Fucking different discussion. Completely different discussion. This setup, this thing is incredibly important when we talk about economic messaging, PR work, and other things. This setup of how we do this is incredibly important. We can talk about energy independence. We cannot be energy independent. It's a fun story. If you didn't know, it's actually really interesting as like a thing. America can't be energy independent because we don't process our own oil. We don't. So Trump wants us to be energy independent by making sure we're part of the large global network of energy in oil, which is the opposite. It's the opposite of freedom. Do you understand that that's the opposite of being independent is when you're dependent? He wants us to be dependent on the global realities of oil. Even if we produced all of our own oil, all of it, our price is still dependent on the global system for that. Do you want to know how we actually fix that? Do you want to know how we have actual freedom and actual energy independence? Clean energy. Clean energy does that. Clean energy is actual independence, the same way a guy in his backyard can have enough solar panels that he doesn't actually take anything from the grid. America could be the same. We can actually be energy independent thanks only to green energy. This shifts the conversation because now it's about a morality that the conservatives understand. It's also about the universal reality of what freedom really means. Freedom from coercion, freedom from control, freedom from outside influences, freedom from pain, all of these things. Trans rights, I made this argument years ago, and I'm going to continue to do it. Trans rights needs to simply be about bodily autonomy. That's it. The idea that everyone should have any freedom they need in order to feel better about their bodies and work on their bodies. That's it. That's literally the end of the discussion. Bodily autonomy and freedom. And that, by the way, resoundingly is big. This is true of abortion, by the way. Bodily autonomy is what wins in that debate. They have to do things where they're subverting the actual democratic process in order to make it illegal. That's what the Supreme Court did. That's why all of these other things, there was not a referendum on abortion that suddenly got passed by a majority of Americans. But they lie and say that a majority of Americans voted for Trump, therefore, right? Or a majority of Americans did, but they didn't. These are the lies, this is the framing. And the moment you're responding and saying, but that's not true, who cares? You've lost. You have lost as a thing. So when we talk about kids having gender-affirming healthcare, cis kids do too, by the way. And that's it. That's the end of the conversation. It's a universal thing that it's very much universal, that everyone going through puberty and everyone growing as a person sometimes needs help. And everyone wants their kids to be taken care of. And if a girl needs to have breast reduction surgery, if she's having precocious puberty. There was a girl when I was in 3rd grade who started having puberty already and stopped. Why? I wonder why. Oh, maybe because of puberty blockers, because no one should be starting puberty at that age. It's incredibly young and it's really bad for you. And it's high cancer rates. There's a whole bunch of reasons. We need to help kids. That's it. Just let kids and be taken care of and have health care. And again, this needs to be said, not in terms of purely trans rights. Abortion needs to be not purely in terms of women's rights either. It's not that. It's the universal. If you make it about a minority, if you make it about these people, then it'll seem like it's not a universal thing. That's why, by the way, that's what they do. Oh, so you want to allow doctors to murder babies the day after they're born. Let's say it's happened. It's like one time, if it's happened. I think that the last time I looked into it hadn't happened ever. And so what's happening is they're using extreme, terrifying examples, pointing to terrifying outcomes of people who do not have self-control and who do not know better. They want those people punished. That's the emotion they're playing towards. So the need for us to turn that around and go, no, we don't accept your framing. Fuck all of what you're saying, and respond directly to them saying energy independence with oil is dependence on everyone else. So I'll pass on that and I want clean energy. That thing, that play. This is how you make that switch, refusing their framing. And that's difficult as shit to do. That's what Don't Think of an Elephant is about. Because it's fucking difficult to not immediately think of an elephant. But if you can, and if we can find a way to create a methodology, a thought process, or a system that we can use in order to respond to this, and in order to have a better conversation around how we can respond and to frame things in a better way with a better response, it actually allows much faster transmission of ideas. They necessitate the fake and the lies of the large majority. The term silent majority is a thing Republicans have been using for years and years and years, because it gives the idea that there is a silent majority. As if there's so many people who are conservative, but they just don't respond this way. And yet every fucking study shows there just isn't one. This is silly and stupid, and this isn't how people work. But they say it. And they always say, well, the silent majority. Ben Shapiro all the time. Because they want to imply that there's a lot of them. They put bots on Twitter. They spend a huge amount of silly amounts of money in political races in order to make you think that there is no progressive alternative, to make you think there is no leftist alternative. And Democrats, by the way, do this just as much. They fight against their own. They do not want that. They're on that side because that is the play of the conservatives, and they are conservative. We're seeing changes now, but still, point stands. The amount of money and the amount of fake bullshit they have to do is because they want people to think that that's the way it goes. But I would say in the last year, we've seen the opposite. We've actually seen very quickly how fast it doesn't matter what people say. That there is a subset of frustration and dispossessedness and alienation, but also it's the first time in my lifetime that Palestine has been an issue I can talk about openly without people threatening to kill me as much, with having allies. That's not a thing that happened before. It's not just the setup. That's the way it works. Trump is getting rid of government rebates. They're trying to make us energy dependent on oil. And there's a lot of really interesting facts, actually, if you trace this down, which we can do another day, about how fucking stupid it is to believe in oil as a thing. It's just a really, really dumb way to sort of look at it, especially American oil. Did you know there's multiple types of crude oil, sweet and sour? Literally from when they would discover oil, they'd go, oh, it's sour because it has a fuck ton of sulfur in this. And so it's shitty oil. It takes a lot more to sort of turn it into usable gas or other products because there's a lot more refining that has to happen. But sweet oil has very, very little. It's the most valuable crude on the planet. We have a fuck ton of sweet oil. We have very little sour, but they have a fuck ton of sour oil, like way orders of magnitude more than we have sweet. It's really fascinating. Why does this matter? Because ours is so much more valuable, but it doesn't get everyone more energy. The oil doesn't provide more gasoline. It's still the same number of gallons, same number of barrels that comes out of that fucking thing. So it's a completely different beast. It's a completely different beast when we start talking about these things. So how do we reformulate and think about this? And I was trying to think of a way to go about this, or something that would be like a good stand-in, a good like paper tiger for us to do this. And I came to what I think is a pretty interesting particular article. I want to talk, it was in USA Today. Today. I guess, do I have to say that twice? I don't know how that works. I don't think I have to say it twice. Let's see, does this work? Nope. We're going to switch here, and it's going to be this. Come on. Nope, not that. Why would you? There you go. Okay. So I find I read a lot of like little stupid news stories and things like this. I just generally am, I want to say, in love with, because these things give us a lot of room to have real serious discussions. And this random article someone posted in the QC today. How you doing, Sure Shot? Yes, I'm calling you out, Sure Shot. Lovely article. He didn't even know. Sure Shot had no idea that this was going to be this good of an article for what we're talking about today. But, so, this is an article. You'll see articles like this all the fucking time. This isn't even that special of one in terms of like how unique it is. But very specifically, we're going to run through this. And then I want to talk about how we might flip this around a little bit. An Ohio pastor wanted to help. Now he's been found guilty over running a homeless shelter. Oh, Ryan Gardner, counsel for the First Liberty Institute, said in a video, "We will be appealing and will continue fighting for Pastor Chris." A judge has ruled that a northwestern Ohio pastor violated fire codes by running a shelter for those suffering from homelessness. Bryan Municipal Court Judge Kent North issued the ruling Tuesday against Pastor Chris Avell, confirming that Dad's Place, a church in Bryan, Ohio, about 65 miles southwest of Toledo, violated the fire code. The city of Bryan has consistently emphasized that public safety regulations, including fire codes, must be adhered to, regardless of any other circumstances, Mayor Carrie M. Schlade said in a news release. She added that Dad's Place can still serve as a church. First Liberty Institute, a non-profit public interest law firm, is representing Avil and shared its thought on the ruling this week. The non-profit plans to appeal. Pastor Avil was fined $200, given a 60-day suspended jail sentence, the nonprofit shared on its website. The judge stayed his decision for 30 days to allow the Avil's attorneys to appeal. Ryan Gardner, counsel for this First Liberty Institute, said in the news release that pastors in America should not be found guilty of providing shelters for those in need. Right? Don't you fucking agree? The only government officials could say with a straight face that people are safer in the sub-zero temperatures on the street than inside the warmth of a church, Gardner said in the release. The Institute also added that during the proceedings, city officials demanded the church install a fire suppression system that can be costly but does not require motels in some apartment complex to have such systems. Wait. Motels and some apartment complexes aren't required to have it, but Dad's Place is? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Fucking government. Oh, Dad's Place opened in 2018, began operating 24 hours a day in March 2023. In addition to housing those in need, pay attention to this, we're going to come back to it, don't worry. In addition to housing those in need, the Evangelical Church also provides free haircuts, Bible study nights, a warming center for those suffering from homelessness, parties, and other service nights. The case against Avil dates back to May 2023 when multiple people called Bryan city officials about activity at Dad's Place, including trespassing, overdosing, larceny, harassment, disturbing the peace, and sexual assault, the city said in a news release. These are all things that happen around the unhoused. This is a problem with the unhoused. It's not really Dad's Place's thing. Like people complaining that he's taking care of the homeless. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. In late fall 2023, the city found out Dad's Place had allowed people to live at the church, violating a zoning code that allows the building to be used for church activities, but not residential purposes, the city said. Avell applied for conditional use of the property in 2020, which the city approved. Pastor Avell never requested nor was approval given to use Dad's Place as a residence or a homeless shelter. Very specifically. Thank you, Rixai, for getting login and kanji. Log in with kanji lettering. I have no idea how to pronounce any of that. I apologize. I think it's kanji. I don't know. It looks like it. Welcome, both of you. Thank you, Rixai. This is Dad's Place, by the way. 226R, right here. All this is going to be important. Don't worry. The city notified Avell on November 3rd, 2023, that people were not allowed to live there, granting the church 10 days to stop housing people, a zoning administrator wrote. This was over a year ago. According to the administrator who inspected the facility, there was a woman sleeping in a chair. Older man said there was a bedroom in the back of the church. A young man walked in and fell asleep in a chair, and one other person inside the church told the administrator that behind a closed door at the church was a bedroom. It's hiragana. Thank you, it's hiragana. The Bryan Fire Department also inspected the building on November 21st, 2023, and noted violations such as non-functional doors, a laundry room conversion without approval, and outlets that needed to be reinstalled. City of Bryan pressed 18 criminal charges. Churches are supposed to be a sanctuary. Exactly, Shorty. Exactly. Churches are supposed to be a sanctuary. How dare they? The church lacked a proper kitchen, laundry facilities, had unsafe exits, and improper ventilation. That same month, First Liberty Institute and law firms Taft Stidness and Hollister LLP and Spengler Nathanson PLL filed a federal lawsuit against Bryan, Ohio and city officials, arguing it was trying to shut down religious activities. It's katakana. See, this is the problem. We're white. I'm a white guy. I'm fucked on that one. God, I wish I was a weeb. I don't know. I'm just not that guy. Instead of prosecuting a pastor in an effort to drive his congregation from her site, Mayor Schlade should be supporting a church trying to care for the marginalized in her community. Yes. The Constitution and the law demands nothing less. In February 2024, city officials dropped the criminal charges against Avell and Dad's Place, agreed to stop housing people. The church also agreed to secure proper building certifications and zoning permits, the city said in a new release. But just a few months later in April, city officials announced another citation against the church for violations that represent serious safety risk. According to officials, the fire department again inspected the building and this time found 15 people sleeping in the church's main room. And about 8 months later, the Court of Common Pleas of Williams County ordered Dad's Place to stop using it as a residence until violations were taken care of. In the name of religious freedom, Dad's Place and its pastor, Chris Avell, are putting the very people they are trying to help and comfort at significant risk of energy and death. Hiss. You're supposed to hiss at villains. Hiss. Hiss. You boo. Boo. This is a judge. Boo. The desire for both religious freedom and public safety is not mutually exclusive. Hiss. Boo. The Attorney General stepped in to support the pastor. The Ohio Attorney General got wind of the legal proceedings and stepped in, writing an op-ed that was published. Seems weird. I wonder why that would be. Pastor Chris keeps his church open to anybody all the time because he believes the words of Jesus, as recorded in the 25th chapter of Matthew's Gospel. What you do for the least of these you do for me. That's not really a good quote. That's close. He also submitted, I'm sure the guy doesn't just use Christ as a random thing in order to prop himself up, but he also submitted a brief supporting Dad's Place after a state judge issued a ruling that would have closed the church. After the ruling, first, two choices. Continue this. I wonder if they're going to go to Supreme Court. Now, this article is filled with a lot. This is USA Today. USA Today. And Celine Martin, this isn't like a right-wing white supremacist. I'm pretty sure. I really hope not. That would be a weird twist. She's not. She's a lovely writer who's just writing on trending news as much as she can. She writes about entertainment most often. But this is just a writer. She's just a writer, and wrote this whole story. You're gonna get a lot of those annoying things because it's a long story, but she writes this article, and it's really strange. There's some very specific things to pull out here, but we'll do that in a minute. But here's the basics. As they're putting forth, this Ohio pastor really just cares about homeless people. And there's homeless people in the cold, and so he opened his doors, and he's letting people sleep there. And the city is like, hey, by the way, you really need, if you're going to have like that, you can't have all the doors locked. You can't have no fire suppression system. If you're going to have a bunch of people there, you have to have that because, yeah. And you can't have all this stuff. This is like, people are going to die if there's a fire in there. Like, you're in a brick building. It's fucking going to go up in flames. And that people are fighting. Now, what's at the base of this? What's going on here? Well, let's look up a few of these people. What do you say? Let's look up a few of these people. I find these people fascinating. I like learning about them. I think the first thing I'd really like is I'd like to look at the First Liberty Institute. Because I thought I recognized the name from somewhere. You don't have to just Google the thing. And fighting for faith, delivering freedom. Red flags should start going off pretty quick here. Criminalizing compassion. America's pastors and churches are under attack? I guess it's not just one pastor. It's 4. Well, that's kind of coincidental. So there's Pastor Chris, criminally charged for providing a safe place for the town's most vulnerable to go 24/7. Pressure to end his food ministry, feeding the hungry of 25 years. Pastor Howard prevented from hosting religious gatherings on his own property. Pastor Mike canceled for providing temporary emergency shelter for helpless and suddenly unhoused people. These threats are real and dangerous, not to mention illegal and unconstitutional. It may only be a matter of time before we face them ourselves. Well, that's kind of weird. That's. I wonder if we can look into these and see if maybe there's another story there. But let's keep going. Let's keep going. Will you join us on the front line? Sign a letter of support for these 4 pastors. Kind of want to learn more about these guys. Well, let's first look up First Liberty. A little bit of stuff about them. They're an explicitly religious institute and legal organization out of Plano, Texas. started by Kelly Shackelford, which not everyone may know. Not everyone may know. But you can look her up. They are a think tank founded in Plano. Remember when we were talking earlier, literally the idea from the right was to build a whole bunch of these think tanks. And it is a member of Project 2025. So what might happen here? How might this be a thing? How did they, because here's the thing, this poor pastor, right? He's just trying to do a good thing. He's not doing it cynically, right? Like, he's probably not doing any of this cynically. Like, for example, right? It would be weird of me to say that the First Liberty Institute, these guys here and everything they've done, maybe they seek out or find pastors who are severely right-wing racists. And it would be weird for me to say such a thing. And then they stick with them and they use them over and over and over again in multiple lawsuits. That would be weird if I were to do that. Because, I mean, look, this is just about Dad's place. Oh, wait, this isn't about this. This isn't about this. This isn't about this. This is the pastor. The pastor is fascinating. He is not unknown to everyone in this space and everyone in the Ohio scene. In 2021, and you'll notice the phrasing that they had in there, has been running his shop for 24 hours a day. Do you know what that's in response to? COVID regulations. He was one of the pastors that First Liberty defended. It's almost like they sort of had a pre-existing relationship. See, First Liberty likes pastors like this. And these guys go around and they do things like Lost Souls Matter, which is against BLM, very, very, very particularly, by the way. This was during the time of BLM. This guy was going around. And the guy talked to the pastor. You can read the story. I'll post it in the DGQC. The story of the pastor and what he did is he just didn't really think BLM existed. He claimed to not know about it, which is a weird phrasing for having this sign. The way that these things work and the way they're set up is they have what are called, what's the phrase? There's a word I'm looking for. They're looking for the spark, and they have people who like lighting sparks. He did it for COVID, and immediately following that, because the city and him had huge legal battles and all of that. And now he's doing it again with this. And there's a specific push around regulations. Now, the way that this narrative unwraps and the way that it works, we can actually see in something else the First Liberty Institute did. They argued, this is where I knew them from. Kennedy versus Bremerton School District is in 2022, and I even talked about it then, because this is Washington State. I've been living up here a few years. The very, very particular thing that happened. The story on Wikipedia we can read, but I'd rather actually read it from them. Let's see. One sec. It just happens to be that they find all of these pastors who are that you should worry. You should worry. Anytime they're like, hey, we happen to have 4 pastors from all over the country who are all fighting the exact same thing. It's like, really? That's kind of a very weird, particular, hyper-local thing for you to take on in Plano, Texas, all the way across the country multiple times. Oh, and you're taking these things to the Supreme Court and you're funded by not the pastor, other people. This is where you should start questioning, wait a second, what's really happening here? So the key cases, as they describe it, they're awful. These things are just awful. These people are just terrible across the board. Yeah, they did the sweet cakes, faith and livelihood. This is that awful bitch. Told her she needed rehabilitation for simply running her family business according to religious beliefs. That's not what happened. It's just not what happened. So frustrating. Oh, this just angers me so much. So In Washington, a high school coach who is an asshole wanted to loudly make all of his football student, all of the kids in the football team in the school, like in the school competitions, in the game, at the beginning of the game, mic'd, be in the middle of the field and say a prayer to Jesus Christ and make all the students do this. And the school was like, no, you can't do that. Like, you can't lead a prayer in front of everybody at a school sanctioned event like that. It's forced prayer. That's insane. You can't do that. But we will allow you, because there's a lot of Christians here. We're a fairly rural school. We'll give you a room and you can do it there. And he demanded to be in the middle of the field. That's it. That's the story of what happened. And you can read about it all here, because this is where the Supreme Court actually, because these assholes, First Liberty Institute, Kelly Shackelford, Counsel of Record, arguing in front of the fucking Supreme Court here, they went and they won. They charged this all the way up, and they did everything they needed to support this very particular agenda in a very particular way. And it's very specific framing across the board. And this is backed up because this is the Heritage Institute, this is the think tanks, and this is the rest of the shit. And what they do is they then send the story to all of these overworked reporters and underpaid reporters who don't know that they're just getting a fucking PR release from one of these think tanks and one of these nightmare institutes. And it's really frustrating when you see this happen. But now, this is the framing. The framing is, don't you care about the unhoused? Isn't it better than them being outside? It is. I'm not going to disagree. I don't want people to die in the cold. Isn't it ridiculous that the government's doing this? This guy just cares. There you go. Framing's done. And it's insane that the government is using codes, like laws, to shut down something ostensibly so simple. And you need to take a second and step back and ask, wait, why? What's happening here? Because as a simple response, installing a shower, installing the anti-fire system is cheaper than appealing to the Supreme Court by a wide margin, and solves everybody's problem. Solves everyone's problem. Because do you know why we have codes? Do you know why we have building codes? Do you want me to show you the club fire with people laying on top of each other as they scream and burn alive? It's on video. You can go watch it. I highly suggest you do. If you believe that codes have no purpose, it's a great video for you to watch, because it's just slowly this guy walking around just filming, because there's nothing they can do. This entire club filled with hundreds of people all burning alive. You can hear their screams and you can see their bodies laying on top of each other because there weren't enough doors. There wasn't enough exits, and there was no fire suppression system. There was no fire code held in this place. They just didn't give a shit. And so when a fire actually went off, everyone burned alive because people couldn't get out fast enough. They trampled each other. They fell on each other. And that was it. They built a block to the exit made of charred corpses of their friends and those fellow concert goers. That's why we have fire codes. And it sucks. Sure, you want to be able to do things, but there's a reason. Another reason we have them. Let's say we go, actually, we want to get rid of zoning rules like this. We want to eliminate some of these really silly things because, God, isn't it ridiculous that a single judge can stop something from being used this way? After all, I am a local real estate magnate and I have a big warehouse. Why can't I just open it and put in a bunch of cubes and sell each one of those? Let people rent them from me. Homeless people need a place to live. It'll be $200 a month. I'm just filling a market niche. Sure, there's going to be one exit. Yes, I might padlock it. Sure, there's no fire suppression system. But what? What are you talking about? I'm only making a little bit of profit. You might say, the priest isn't making profit. Who cares? Who cares? He's actually endangering people. The framing of it, when they say, don't think of an elephant, it's almost impossible to not think of an elephant. When they say, don't you care about the homeless? Yeah. You've thought of the elephant. That's it. The idea that people can just be anywhere. This is not how to solve the problem. So we should allow people to just be indoors anywhere. We should have giant factories that at night can just be repurposed. Why not? Why do we need carbon monoxide detectors? This is the story. This is what they're doing. This is what they're financed by. And it's very, very special because Americans United, which is actually a really, really good anti-Christian, anti-religious fundamentalism law group, very specifically documents everything that they've done and what First Liberty has done. It is a Christian nationalist legal outfit with a deceptive name. They seek supremacy for its version of fundamentalist Christians, not liberty. First Liberty isn't above peddling misinformation. They literally are. The federal appeals court accused First Liberty of spinning a deceitful narrative. In that case of the coach earlier, the appeals court said that they had set up a deceitful narrative and denied them, and then it was taken to the Supreme Court and allowed because that's where we live. They don't care. They lie. Guess what? When a federal appeals court says you did a deceitful narrative, it doesn't matter. An appeals court said you were liars. And they said, cool, we're going to the Supreme Court and they're on our side. And that was it. That's it. So catching them in a lie makes you feel so warm inside. And it does fucking nothing. That case, Kennedy versus Bremerton School District, concerned Joseph Kennedy, former football coach at Bremerton High School, who repeatedly prayed with his team at the end of games, violating students' First Amendment rights by pressuring them to join. Despite the school district's attempts to find options for him to have time and space for personal prayer while on the job, Kennedy demanded he be able to pray at the center of the field out loud and with students. When the district, seeking to protect students' rights, told Kennedy to stop interfering in students' religious choices, he sued the district. Americans United, which defended the school district, noted the case was never about coaches' rights. It was engineered by First Liberty to get before the Supreme Court and undermine church-state separation. The radicalized High Court accepted the false narrative built by First Liberty and ruled for the coach, ignoring the pressure he put on students. Flatly. Because they don't care. Let me say this again. They don't care. I have the tism. I know. That doesn't seem correct. Haven't you considered X, Y, and Z? And you've got to talk to them about it. No one cares. They don't care. This is about power. This is about power. They don't give a fuck. Because again, Supreme Court is handled by people brought up in the Heritage Foundation. These are the people brought up in this, like literally from the early years on. These are people my age, a decade older. And they were raised in this, built for this from the time they were in college on. They were built for this by First Liberty and people like them across the board. So how do we fight this? And how do we set this up? Well, it's important to think, how did they set this up? And they did it through narrativizing, by talking about elephants and making sure that you can't help but think about elephants to talk about it. To build the perception that it's fighting for equality rather than supremacy, the Institute seeks stories that it can blow out of proportion and bend into the Christian prosecution narrative, Seidel adds. That narrative is why the Institute took up Joe Kennedy's cause in 2015. Trump and the Federalist Society hadn't yet packed the Supreme Court, and the law was clearly and uniformly against it. Sirius asks, what extent are they full partisans versus honest actors? They're honest actors. I'm not saying they're not honest actors. They're full partisans and honest actors. They are both. They're both. That's what they do. They believe what they're doing, and they believe it's necessary. They believe that it's about control, setting things up, putting things in the right place, and they're doing their thing. That's what they're doing. They're openly playing with power because power is at the core of their worldview. Father dominating his children and putting them in place is core to their worldview. Power is part of it. The way that a child is excited when their brother gets in trouble for doing something naughty or something bad. That's the conservative mentality. They don't go, wait, dad shouldn't be hitting a kid who's 5. They giggle. They enjoy a little glee in it because they did better. They're good. They're dad's favorite, whatever it may be. This is their core thing. And I'm setting up an error myself. Yeah. No, you're not joking. That's what I'm doing. This is the thing. You have to. The idea of doing this and not setting up a narrative itself, a countervailing one, wouldn't work. Just doesn't. Instead, we need to do something interesting. We're going to get to the theory around this in a minute, and we'll get to the methodology, but I want to keep talking about this case, and I want to keep reading. The law clearly uniformly against it. Public school officials couldn't use their power and position to impose their personal religion on other people's children. The Institute ignored the law, perhaps because they saw a cash cow, football, the name Kennedy, military veteran, Christian prayer, and it raked in the cash. Before Kennedy, the Institute brought in $8 million per year. By June 2020, it was up to $15 million per year. Donations from the outside, not won in court cases. Donations from the outside, because that's how these people run. These are the same as, if you haven't read it, Giustozzi has a wonderful book on the nature of terrorist cells and how they're basically funded from outside, and they're always doing things in order to get larger and larger funding from externally. Like startups. They behave like startups. These think groups behave like startups. They're trying to get more money and trying to get people to give them more money because the people who give them money see this as where they'll spend their extra cash because they morally or ethically believe in it, or because it'll yield them a larger win in the long run. The same way for Elon Musk, that, what he's done, even a 10% cut in capital gains tax, a 5% less than what it currently is hundreds of millions of dollars to him. It's worth it. It's an investment that's worth it. People don't think of it that way, but you kind of have to. It's completely perverse, completely disgusting. I find it abhorrent, but again, trust people when they tell you who they are. This is who they are. This is who they are. Americans United also clashed with the Institute in another case, Carson versus Macon. This case from Maine forced taxpayers to fund religious education and indoctrination. In 2019, the Institute fought to keep a massive concrete Christian cross in Bladensburg, Maryland, on government property and fully fund its repairs with tax dollars. Supreme Court agreed. The Institute is currently urging the U.S. Supreme Court to take the case of Oregon bakers who discriminated against the same-sex couple. This is what they do. They find these cases, they glom onto them, and then they elevate them into these large narratives as rich people give them money to keep doing this. That's the setup. And it's part of this larger machine where they are creating very particular wordings around things. Very particular wordings. So what do we do? How do we do that? Well, there's a couple things. When we talk through and we go back to, I'm going to see if I can switch back elegantly. We'll see if it works. It did not work elegantly. That's okay. We'll do it here. There we go. When we talk about not thinking of an elephant. One sec, I want to make sure we get to the right section. I forgot to bookmark this before I started. I apologize. Just going to read the beginning of the book. We're just going to talk about it for a minute, and then we're going to get to work because we've got something to do. Think tanks shouldn't be even allowed to lobby. We should not have anyone really allowed to lobby. Right? I have a lot of issues with our political system. But again, not disagreeing there, but that's a statement to powerlessness. It's one of the things we need to avoid. It's one of the things. It's a tough one. I do this shit all the time. Don't worry, Olivia. But it's like when we talk about, oh, this shouldn't even happen. Trans people should be granted 100% of the rights as everyone else. All right, that's great. I'm not like fighting this, but how? And that's it, because you kind of end in this place of like, I've got the ideal, but no practical way to get there. And so we need to be able to work backwards. We need to be able to think in a different way. And again, I would say take from the right what they've done and see how they've done it and then bend it towards what I would say is the better way. So let's talk about framing. When I teach the study of framing at Berkeley in Cognitive Science 101, the first thing I do is give my students an exercise. The exercise is, don't think of an elephant. Whatever you do, do not think of an elephant. Never found a student able to do this. Every word, like elephant, evokes a frame, which can be an image or other kinds of knowledge. Elephants are large, have floppy ears and a trunk. Circuses, so on. The word is defined relative to that frame. When we negate a frame, we also invoke the frame. Richard Nixon found that out the hard way. While under pressure to resign during the Watergate scandal, Nixon addressed the nation on TV. He stood before the nation and said, "I am not a crook." Everyone thought of him as a crook. This gives us a basic principle of framing. For when you are arguing against the other side, do not use their language. Their language picks out a frame, and it's not the frame you want. Let's give an example. I used it earlier, but we're going to do it again. On the day George W. Bush arrived in the White House, the phrase tax relief started coming out of the White House. This is, by the way, accurate. This is not really a thing that existed very often before. This is a new phrase created. All the politics, all the political phrasing, all the framing that we have right now. This had to be born sometime. This is not eternal. These things are not eternal. It still is. It was used a number of times in this year's State of the Union Address, 2004, and is showing up more and more in pre-election speeches 4 years later. Think of the framing for relief. For there to be relief, there must be an affliction, an afflicted party. A reliever who removes the affliction is therefore a hero. If people try to stop the hero, those people are villains for trying to prevent relief. When the word tax is added to relief, the result is a metaphor. Taxation as affliction. The person who takes it away is a hero, and anyone who tries to stop him is a bad guy. This is the frame. It is made up of ideas like affliction and hero. The language that evokes the frame comes out of the White House. It goes into press releases. Every radio station, every TV station, every newspaper. Soon the New York Times is using tax relief. Not only on Fox, it's on CNN, NBC. It's on every station because it is the president's tax relief plan. And soon the Democrats are using tax relief and shooting themselves in the foot. It's remarkable. I was asked by Democratic senators to visit their caucus just before the president's tax plan was to come in the Senate. They had their vision of the tax plan. It was their version of tax relief. They were accepting a conservative frame. The conservatives had set a trap. The words draw you into their worldview. And that is what framing is about. Framing is about getting language that fits your worldview. Not just language. The ideas are primary. The language carries those ideas, evokes those ideas. So another good example in the State of the Union address in January. This one was a remarkable metaphor to find in a State of the Union. Bush said, "We do not need a permission slip to defend America." What is going on with permission slip? He could have just said, "We won't ask permission." But talking about a permission slip is different. Think about when you last needed a permission slip. Think about who has to ask for one. Think about who is being asked. Think about the relationship between them. Those are the kinds of questions you need to ask if you're to understand contemporary political discourse. While you are contemplating them, I want to raise other questions for you. We'll get to those in a second. Deleuze and Guattari, anti-oedipus, but Deleuze in all of his works, guattari in all of his works. This is not unique to that one work. I will focus a little bit on it. Speaks at length about the nature within capital and the nature within very particularly the semiotic structure of metaphor and metonymy, the idea that words can swap, the idea that words move and become other things, that there is allegory in words. We often think of it as poetic, kind of, but the other thing it does is representation, which is what these things are. They fall back on desire. For Deleuze and Guattari, desire is innate, boiling up within everything. And as it boils up, we trap it. We trap it in very particular images. Images we don't interrogate, ideas we don't consider, representations of things, repressed representations of things that we don't even think twice about. The example they use it throughout the book, is incest. Because there's this idea that there's always been a prohibition against incest. That framing, because we have one now, that framing shifts how you understand everything in the past. Godelier, so I just happen to have Godelier sitting here, Strauss and others. Strauss did this, Godelier upends this, but it's this idea that it's human to learn to control oneself. We must learn to be in control of desire. We can't simply do whatever we do. If we did that, well, terrible things. That's why we have a prohibition against incest, because if you could just have sex with whoever, you'd have sex with whoever's around. Disgusting. And when you look back, you go, well, look, they didn't do that either. Primitive peoples, generally speaking, didn't commit incest. Families in despotic, monarchic regimes, aside from the monarch, obviously, but incest was very uncommon amongst most people. So incest has always been prohibited. But has it? The interrogation of that idea, what is incest? How does it work? It's not just the simple idea of, oh, the thing that it seems is really popular in all the pornos now, which is weird. It's not just that. There's more happening inside of it. The idea of the prohibition itself necessitates a mom, a dad, a family as we know them. Incest can't happen, not really, amongst a very large cloud of people, not in the same way. It takes on a different meaning in that. But also, we didn't necessarily always need a prohibition, because procreation, especially procreation with people outside of the family, alliances made by marriage and by having children and uniting families through progeny that way, that is necessary for survival. So they didn't need that. So they had so much reason not to do it, but it wasn't not to do that. They had so much reason to do the other thing. The framing of incest and the worry about it creates the rest of it. The framing of Oedipus creates the rest of it. The framing of these things builds the world as we know it and makes it so it's next to impossible to have side discussions in any meaningful sense. And we live in a world right now where the media infrastructure across the board is conservative. Social media, corporate sites across the board, period. The government, companies, they're all conservative. It's the beast. They're flatly that. I'm not going to entertain the idea otherwise. They're flatly that. They're conservative in how they do identity politics. Identity politics in their format, by the way, identity politics is a right-wing thing. It is. It's reactionary by nature. All of these things create a space where our ability to talk about the universal or to renegotiate any of this just isn't really possible. So we have to find tools and methods to do it. And the first is to simply refuse, the first step, refuse the narrative. Even if you're emotionally indebted to it and you believe in it, which reading that article for the first time, what about the pastor? I was. Fuck. I care about unhoused people a lot. I worry about them a huge amount. I've had friends who I almost lost because, like, terrifying shit. It's terrifying to be unhoused. I've gotten close to it with myself. If there wasn't relief during COVID, my family, like, bad days. I'm lucky I made it through. Scares the shit out of me. Immediately, I am very sympathetic to people who want to take care of that and who would provide for me. Immediately. Thank you so much. I'm indebted to you. But that isn't how it works, because that's what they're playing with. And it works on everyone. That's why it works. People in the chat, you saw the same. People in the chat, absolutely. You probably too. Who wouldn't feel for that? Because they're building the framing. And you're going with it because they've built the image that you tarry with. You don't get to interrogate the image live. That's next to impossible. But you have to be willing to understand. Fuck. Wait, so what would the immediate solution be? Wait, why do they have 4 pastors? Wait, why are all of them suing? Wait, why are they trying to overturn fire codes in all 4 cases? Is there any business interests that would help for that? We're going to talk through all this. But that's the first step, is to understand when you're emotionally reacting, to not do that. To just not do that. Reacting emotionally is impotent. It is. That's how they get you. because it feels like you've done something. It feels like you've cared. It feels like you've expressed something into the world. That's why Twitter works so very, very well for this, or social media, or comment sections, or comments on YouTube, or down votes, or down arrows, or down thumbs, or whatever the fuck. Or you telling me that I'm a F word or a C word or whatever else. Lots of awful shit people have said. That's great. Makes them feel better for a moment. It does nothing. You're not reducing my ability to act in the world in any meaningful sense. They don't care to. They just want to feel better because they're also alienated. All of us are. All of us. Every single one. But I want to tell his story because I like this. My work on politics began when I asked myself such a question. Back in the fall of 1994. I was 14, just to date myself. Most of you didn't exist. I was watching election speeches and reading the Republicans' contract with America. Newt Gingrich was a fucking beast. The question I asked myself was this: what do the conservatives' position on issues have to do with each other? If you're conservative, what does your position on abortion have to do with your position on taxation? What does that have to do with your position on the environment or foreign policy? How do these positions fit together? That's great, sure shot. Fuck. At least you were alive during the 80s. That makes me feel less old for a moment until someone says that. Depressing. I couldn't figure it out. I said to myself, these are strange people. Their collection of positions makes no sense. But then an embarrassing thought occurred to me. I have exactly the opposite position on every issue. Why do my positions have to do with each other? God damn it, Estelle. I couldn't figure that out either. It's extremely embarrassing for someone who does cognitive science and linguistics. Eventually, the answer came. It came from a very unexpected place. It came from a study of family values. I asked myself why conservatives were talking so much about family values. Why did certain family values count as family values, while others, seemingly as family values, did not? Why would anyone in a presidential campaign, in congressional campaigns and so on, when the future of the world was being threatened by nuclear proliferation and global warming, constantly talk about family values? At this point, I remembered a paper one of my students had written some years back that showed me that we all have a metaphor for the nation as a family. We have founding fathers, daughters of the American Revolution. We send our sons to war. It's a natural metaphor because we usually understand large social groups like nations in terms of small ones like families or communities. The core point of anti-oedipus is this is how capitalism operates. The tight nuclear family. This is literally, by the way, anti-oedipus. Just so you can fast forward through the book. That's great. The core function in capitalism. Capital doesn't care about controlling you. It really doesn't. Capital doesn't care about anything. Capital doesn't give a shit. It doesn't think of things that way. It doesn't think. It's just constantly breaking things apart and trying to push towards this like hyper fucking efficient breakdown of meaning. It doesn't give a shit about anything. So how do we then find ourselves in a place of control? It's the job of the family. It's been relegated particularly to the family. And you can see this, sociological studies have had this for years. You can see this happen from the Middle Ages all the way till now, when the family unit switched and slowly became a thing as the world industrialized, as we started caring more about the nuclear family and not the extended family, about mom, dad, me, about this setup. This isn't a thing specifically where it's like, oh, the family was ordered to do this. No, it's that in order to have someone exist within the capitalist system who's controlled, who's held back, who's mature enough, and who's able to be a good worker in an efficient system, they necessarily come from a home where they were taught to be a good, efficient worker in a capitalist system. And that's what dad does. Maintains control. That's what mom does. That's what family does. Family, as a thing in anti-Oedipus, builds this into us, teaches us to repress ourselves, because we can see mommy, daddy, me everywhere. 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 I want to read, where did I put it? Picked up D.H. Lawrence, who's phenomenal. I'm a big fan of D.H. Lawrence. It's fine if you are not, you should be. He's fantastic. He's pretty fantastic. But I want to get to one particular piece he wrote. Not that one. There it is. 521. This is a compendium of all of his works. I found it used. It's very used. But it was like $6. So what the fuck? Let's see. Oh no. Did I fuck it up? Did I fuck up? Did I go to the wrong page? I thought I went to the right page. There it is. It's this piece in Phoenix on art and morality. And I kind of just want to read just a little bit. He's talking about photography specifically and the way that art has sort of changed. You may say the object reflected on a retina is always photographic. It may be, but I doubt it. Whatever the image on the retina may be, it is rarely, even now, the photographic image of the object which is actually taken in by the man who sees it. He does not even now see for himself. He sees what the Kodak, it's a camera. I'm going to say Kodak. Every time I say Kodak, he means photo. It's for kids. He does not even now see for himself. He sees what the Kodak has taught him to see, and man, try as he may, is not a Kodak. For when a child sees a man, what does the child take in as an impression? 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth of teeth, 2 straight legs, 2 arms, a sort of hieroglyph, which the human child has used through all the ages to represent man. At least the old hieroglyph was still in use when I was a child. Is this what the child actually sees? If you mean by seeing, consciously registering, then this is what the child actually sees. The photographic image may be there, all right, upon the retina, but there the child leaves it, outside the door, as it were. Through many ages, mankind has been stirring to register the image on the retina as it is. No more glyphs or hieroglyphs will have a real objective reality. And we have succeeded. As soon as we did succeed, the Kodak is invented to prove our success. Could lies come out of a black box into which nothing but light entered? Impossible. It takes living to tell a lie. Color also, which primitive man cannot really see, is now seen by us and fitted to the spectrum. Eureka, we say, we have seen it with our own eyes. When we see a red cow, we see a red cow. We are quite sure of it, because the unimpeachable Kodak sees exactly the same. But supposing we had all of us been born blind and had to get our image of a red cow by touching, smelling her, hearing her move, feeling her, whatever should we think of her? Whatever sort of image should we have of her in our dark minds? Something very different, surely. As vision developed towards the Kodak, man's idea of himself developed towards the snapshot. Primitive man didn't know what he was. He was always half in the dark, but we have learned to see. Each of us has a complete Kodak idea of himself. You take a snap of your sweetheart in the field among the buttercups, smiling tenderly as a red cow with a calf, and dauntlessly offering a cabbage leaf. Awfully nice, and absolutely real. There is your sweetheart, complete in herself, enjoying a sort of absolute objective reality. Complete, perfect, all her surroundings contributing to her. Incontestable. She really is a picture. This is the habit we have formed, visualizing everything. Each man to himself is a picture. That is, he is a complete little objective reality, complete in himself, existing by himself, absolutely, in the middle of the picture. All the rest is just the setting, the background. To every man, every woman, the universe is just a setting to the absolute little picture of himself or herself. And this has been the development of the conscious ego in man through several thousand years since Greece first broke the spell of darkness, man learning to see himself. So now he is what he sees. He makes himself in his own image. Even in Egypt, men had not learned to see straight. They fumbled in the dark, didn't quite know where they were or what they were. Like men in the dark, they only felt their existence surging in the darkness of other creatures. We, however, have learned to see ourselves for what we are as the sun sees us. The Kodak bears witness. We see as the all-seeing eye sees. With the universal vision, We are what is seen, each man to himself an identity, an isolated absolute corresponding with a universe of isolated absolutes, a picture, a Kodak snap in a universe of snaps. We have achieved a universal vision. Even God could not see differently from what we see, only more extensively like a telescope or intensively like a microscope. But it's the same vision, a vision of images which are very real, and each one limited to ourselves. We behave as if we got to the bottom of the sack and seen the Platonic idea with our own eyes in all its photographically developed perfection lying on the bottom of the sack at the universe. Our own ego here. The identifying of ourselves with the visual image of ourselves has become instinct, and the habit's already old. The picture of me, that me is seen, is me. As soon as we supremely are satisfied about it, somebody starts to upset us. Comes Cezanne with his pitcher and apples, which is not only not lifelike, but are a living lie. The Kodak. The Kodak proves it. The Kodak will take all sorts of snaps, misty, atmospheric Sundays, dancing, all quite different. But the image is the image. There is only more or less sun, more or less vapor, more or less light and shade. The all-seeing eyes, with every degree of intensity and in every possible kind of mood. Giotto, Titian, El Greco, Turner, all so different, yet all the true image of the all-seeing eye. There's more to it. I could go on for hours and hours and hours. D.H. Lawrence is amazing. If you haven't had a chance to read it, Lady Chatterley's Lover is his famous book, but his writings are astonishing. The piece is about how the image is what we were taught to understand the world as. The image of ourselves, the photo of it, the obsession with it, the image of other things, how we see things is this. It is the context. It is the setup. And it is the image with which we condition everything. The family creates this for us. Our parents make this for us. James Dobson outright talks of it this way. Most Christians do these days, most hard writers. They talk about the need for a strong father. You can go on Twitter and see horrifying videos of fathers beating their young children and see tons of Twitter users saying that's what they deserve. They should have obeyed their father, blah, blah, blah. And then you see the people in the opposite not stepping outside of that, but responding with, no, they shouldn't. And the battle's lost. The battle's lost. So how do we possibly fight this? Well, I've been trying to figure out how to turn what Lakoff goes over here into a bit of a methodology. That's what we're going to go over tonight. Because when we talk about how we can fight this, the answer is simple. With our own. Sidestepping their entire discussion. As Deleuze would say, counter-actualizing. Fighting the language of their words with words that subsume theirs and take over. We're brighter than them, generally speaking. We care more, and we're actually delivering a universal message that actually everyone, even them, emotionally care about. But we do it from an angle that they don't. Their angle is always, eternally about daddy in control, father, strongly, you learning self-control, you being bad or naughty. And ours is not that. Ours is not that at all. Ours is the caring. Ours is the empathetic. Ours is the helpful. Ours is the holding up our brothers and sisters. That's the universal message. So, let's talk about the actual way we can really discuss this. Because it takes a few steps to do this, and I want to use the Ohio pastor as a really good example of this. And we're going to be bouncing back and forth at any point. Argue not why Star Wars is trash, rather argue Star Trek. This would be one of those things. Because again, we're not talking about objective truths in any of this. We're talking about ethical narrative frameworks that influence people to affect power. That's it. That's it. And I'm not talking about that. I'm pretty sure this is not a female pastor. But hey, people on the right will surprise me all the time. The framing of this can be shifted by a handful of steps that I think can be broken down. Feel free to critique anything I'm doing here. Like literally feel free to critique it. Shit all over me, shit all over ideas, add to it, however. But it's kind of these 4 steps. The first thing is we need to recognize and move through the dominant framing. We need to do that by actually drawing out who's doing the framing, what the framing is, and what the wording is. And it's important to get the words exact. They spend time writing the words as they do. They spend time putting up press releases. They spend time doing the articles, and they spend time on social media. The dominant framing is important. And it's not just one framing. It's getting the image. What is the image we're building and how are we building it? The second is to actually go through and list and talk about all of the stakeholders. No, this is not the Episcopalian bishop. I don't give a fuck about her. What she's doing is useless. Fuck her. She's useless. Giving a speech against Trump. Good for her. She's not changing anything. She is living within the frameworks that will do nothing against the coming fascism. Listing stakeholders and why they're stakeholders. This is Latour's general anti-actor network theory. It's not just so much about connecting people. It's about understanding the forces that exist between things. And so when we talk about stakeholders, it's anyone who's having an effect on this or applying pressure to this politically, socially, monetarily, anything. And there's a lot of versions of this because and we'll go through kind of why, but it's starting with that. She's still better than the Democrats, though. Well, I mean, the Democrats are nothing, so who cares? Like, what a bunch of useless fucks. Then we go through and we actually go through and list out what are the elements of shared experience that are being exploited here and break them from the narrative, listing them, going through them. What are the parts of them? And I'll kind of talk about how we're going to do that and why I have emoji. I've got a lot of emojis too. But it's set up. Actually, what are the things that hit us that made people in chat when I'm reading the story go, fuck, really? Anything like that. These are the elements of shared experience. And it's important, again, these things come into each other. So when we talk about the dominant framing, there's going to be elements of that will then make their way into the shared experience. They should, because that's what we're doing. We're trying to find it. And then when we take there, we need to go through and we need to come up with the reframing. And we use all of these elements to understand how to make a successful reframing that can then be posted out. And again, because it's a universalized experience and because it's sidestepping theirs, it makes a different conversation be forced to happen. This is the process. There's a lot of writing on this I can go into. I'm less interested at this point about reviewing why, but just instead going through it and then seeing if it works or seeing, ideally, what it inspires in any of you. That's my idea. So let's start it. We got our dominant framing here. So in order to outline dominant framing, by the way, I'm using Miro. I really like Miro because it lets you do stupid shit like this. Zooming way the fuck in and then shrinking the fuck out of this text. So that way we can fit a bunch of stuff inside of this. So let's start again. Let's go back to our favorite article, which is, did I close it? I think I closed it because, nope, I didn't. Let's go back. Dominant. All of these little bits are important. The title of this is important. How they phrase this. So the first is going to be this for me. For me, this is insane framing. An Ohio pastor wanted to help. I don't believe this is true. I don't. I actually don't believe this is true. And I believe we're going to be able to find ways that sort of prove that this is not only not helping, but at best, if he wanted to help, that it's the same way when my son was 5 and he caught caterpillars inside of a closed mason jar, that he was helping. If that makes sense. So we'll start with that. That is, I would say, the beginning of the dominant framing. Let's go ahead and shut this thickness down because we don't need it to be very thick. And it's the beauty of Miro is the infinite zooming. There's other apps. I'm trying to build one for myself that I can host locally here off of a couple others. I'm hoping to get that done. And also, if anyone here feels like they want to take part in this, you have to join the QC, discord.com/DGQC. No, discord.gg/DGQC. If you're not already a member. If you're already a member, hit me up. If you want to help put this together, I've got to trust you. I'm not going to fucking just let any assholes into this. I don't trust any of you fucking people. But I think this is actually a project that can actually do a thing. So that's first. Dominant framing is that the pastor wanted to help. It's number one. And then the phrasing, guilty over running a homeless shelter. That's also it's just so awful. Because that's not what happened. Again, this is why when we talk about, well, sure, shot, you're my kind of asshole. Framing, guilty of running a homeless shelter. Holy shit, that sounds awful. But he wasn't running a homeless shelter, and they didn't find him guilty for running a homeless shelter. And they didn't even find him guilty. They fined him. That's not like a guilty verdict. That's not it's not like he's like going to jail. He's not like the heavy use of language here. Framing. This is the framing. This is the framing. I love it. The judges ruled that a Northwestern Ohio pastor violated fire codes. Like a judge ruled that he violated fire codes. That's it. That's actually the story that happened here. That's it. So it's really fascinating. Again, they literally found guilty over running a homeless shelter, right? And then, nope, violating fire codes is literally the first. This is how they do it. This is how they fucking get you. This is how they've always gotten you. And I say this in the way of they openly talk about this on the Heritage Foundation website and all of these fucking sites. This is what they do. They openly talk about this. Yeah, the government is attacking the pastor for exercising religious values. That's fantastic. It's exactly that. And I'm actually going to say, because it's government is the sort of term, but I think the way that they're really phrasing it is less government and more bureaucracy, because they're not talking about, so it's the phrasing, and it's an important distinction, I think, because, the way that they're talking about it and the way they use the phrasing is very particular around not making it the federal government, but local. Local tends to mean bureaucracy for people. So I would say local government would be the way I'd frame it. If that makes sense, sure shot. Is attacking the pastor for exercising his religious values. Also, you're going to notice, if any of you have seen me anytime, I have fucking tons of typos all the time. It's because I've been using, and I liked having a 60% keyboard. I had a tiny little cute keyboard. But my hands are too big for it. And I bought it and it was so expensive that I couldn't afford to buy another one. Like I was like so excited to get, but it's like, no. So I've been mistyping a fuck ton. I got a new keyboard finally. It's been like 2 years. I'm very happy with the new purchase. And in a week or two, I might share which one I got, but makes me happy. Makes me happy. Just awful. Okay. That one we need to extremely boop, boop. There we go. But wait, that's because you are there. So let's go ahead and there. There's also this other line in here. Ryan Gardner, the First Liberty Institute, said in his video, we're going to watch a video too in a second. We will continue fighting for Pastor Chris. That's in there for me. I think specifically it's we will be continuing fighting for Pastor Chris, right? That's the one that I think gets to me. there's some particular languages in there that I think is really, yeah, we're fighting for this pastor, that it's individualized, that there is no larger cynical reason that they could be possibly doing this. No, dear God, why would they ever have a cynical sort of reason for doing this? Ever, ever, ever. All right, Sunday finished his stream. I'm now going to spam myself in his chat because I want more people in here. And I'm going to abuse it. And that's the way it works. New methodology. How to overturn conservative framing devices. Yes, this is all caps. I don't care. There we go. I didn't want Sunday to raid. Like if he had asked, I would have said no because I appreciate the stream he was doing. And just so you know, I side with him. Like flatly. Like period. But the people that are in that stream, they're not for me. They're not for me. Like that stream ain't for me. That ain't for me. Like the people that are in there, if they come here, that they're going to be like eyes glazed and leave in a minute. I appreciate that I have as many of you do that I do here genuinely. I am not a normal stream, to say the least. But we're going to keep going. So we will continue fighting for Pastor Chris. And actually, I'm going to see, maybe I want to actually organize it like this because I want to have explanations next to it because I kind of think that might be a good way for us to have it organized. Okay, so to continue to read. City of Brian, the mayor phrased their thing as they did. Yeah, he was just doing more of that. That's a whole thing. I think he broke a fucking 1,000 concurrents, which is like, Jesus. So yeah, I appreciate him not rating me. As much as it may sound weird, I appreciate not getting 1,000 people. Pastor Evel was fined. Okay, this is the nonprofit is the law firm. See, I love these fucking people. So, First Liberty's fascinating. What they do and how they do it. Let's take a look. Let's see what we got here. Oh my God. I fucking hate this. Zoom in? No. Where's the zoom? Down here. Okay, I just want to see where you get your money. Fucking, what the fuck, dude? Why do you have a sound effect? Why can't I mute it? Oh, God damn it. One sec. There, muted. Okay. They have a bunch of shit that they say, impacting culture, empowering. I just want to know where your money comes from. Because you're a nonprofit, you claim. So we're going to be looking at nonprofit stuff in just a moment. Here are the cases that they've won. Big one for Minnesota Muslim moms. We helped make sure 6 Muslim families in Minnesota could continue raising their kids consistent with their faith. Yeah, this was, oh God, this is so depressing. This is so depressing. By opting out of sexually based materials being taught in English classes. So basically, oh, we protected Muslims in the way that we want to be protected and we know how to play the game. Good job. Brave 5th grader starts prayer club. Brave. So brave in America to be praying in 5th grade. So brave to be doing the thing. I fucking love it. I hate these people so much. Here we go. All right, spikes in legal matters due to COVID-19. Estimated until conclusion. See, revenues is fascinating. This is a nonprofit. Well, let's see. God, so much money. They did a bunch of work during COVID, these cocksuckers. Man, they did a lot of work during COVID. So this is 1920 fiscal year, 2021, 21, 22, 23, ending in 23 and ending in 24 estimated because they haven't finished their audit. But basically COVID is when they literally almost doubled their fucking income, which is amazing. And they did almost 900 court cases in 21, 22, which is incredible. That's a lot. So then the question is, yeah, we're going to do a lot of looking into them. So they are a nonprofit. Ryan Gardner, counsel, said in a news release, pastors in America should not be found guilty of providing shelters for those in need. There you go. That is more of the wonderful framing. Wait, why can't I move you? Why can't I move you? This is upsetting. Come on. Refresh. Miro has issues sometimes. There. All right. Only government officials could say with a straight face that people are safer in sub-zero temperatures on the street than inside the warmth of a church. Tell me that's not fucking framing. You know what's really warm in a church? When it's on fire. It's really, really warm when it's on fire. No, Estelle, everyone will fall for this. This is how it works. This is why, how to put it? Invasion at the border. That's it. You lose. Because you talk about it in, how do you reframe that? We'd have to go through a methodology to figure it out. But it's like, holy shit. This is the shift. It's the setup. This is everything. This is the change. Yeah, Lou, postmodern is everything after, sort of. So postmodernity, if we go through the Jameson definition, is it's kind of the logic of culture within the end of capitalism. I tend towards that. We spent some time the other day, you should watch the stream, reading Bruno Latour's work on the fact that we were never modern and kind of what modernism is and then postmodernism and how we've kind of played it. But Trump is the first postmodern, truly postmodern president because he's kind of, he lives in it. Reagan, you could say, did things that were playing in this postmodern space. You could say the same about Clinton, but they came from a different generation of politician effectively. What Trump does is literally all of it and none of it, and none of it matters because emotionally people are invested as they're invested. And this is the thing. It gets you. This stuff gets you because if you care about people, it will pull at you. There is a universal reality in what they're tugging at. And the universal idea of the government shouldn't, like, again, the line here, the only government officials, the bureaucrats, could say with a straight face people are safer in sub-zero on the street than inside the warmth of a church. They're not saying that. They're not. They're just saying, hey, if you're going to have people inside, you cannot just, like, throw them wherever. And the reason for that is because, and the reason that they're fighting this is because they want to get rid of all those codes that require those things. And again, there is a video of a concert place, a bar, concert hall, that didn't have any of these things in place. And if you don't believe it matters, go watch that video all the way from beginning to end. Go do that. Go do that. I don't recommend anyone do that, by the way. I recommend no one do that. Reagan paved the way. Reagan paved the way. Everything paved the way for everything else, we could say. You know, what really is more proof of the postmodernity of it, though, is not Reagan, but Rogan. Rogan. Modernism is ostensibly the idea of larger narratives, a singular narrative that sort of drives things. Marx is famously a modernist. He believed in the single idea of class struggle being the sort of engine of history. Reagan, America, the shining light on the hill. These singular sort of ideas of all of it, this single narrative. this was propped or fought by commentators. And if you go back and you watch like Walter Cronkite, for example, I got to know a whole bunch of news people, but if pre-2010, news people were experts generally, and they often, again, I don't think they were like lefties or righties, they tended towards a normative view of everything. They pushed a narrative, and they actively fought against people who fought it. If you go watch old 60 Minutes clips, you'll see hilarious stories where they just sort of confront people and they know more than them and they make them look like fools. Well, this changed. Now the number one interviewers in the world are no longer, the Barbara Walters. It's no longer Oprah. It's a bunch of fucking morons who couldn't know shit about anything. Lex Friedman, Joe Rogan, like any of them. They're all fucking stupid. They're the dumbest people on the fucking planet who literally just are asking, hey, so what's up? Oh yeah. Tell me more about that. Oh yeah. What about that? Oh yeah. And they just keep that going because they're not driving a narrative. There isn't one. We're beyond that. Piers Morgan does this. Piers Morgan absolutely does this. This is the new format. If you go back, Dan Abrams, who was a Good Morning America reporter in early 2000s, and then went on, he is like founder of a bunch of networks and law shows and things. You can actually watch. This is someone who commented on legal matters from a legal perspective as a fucking lawyer and cared about things in terms of that. And that doesn't happen anymore. The closest we get is someone like Legal Eagle on YouTube. And I appreciate the guy, but he's the top and he ain't doing what Rogan's doing. There's nothing. So what happens is each of these individual incidents are then driving their own narrative. They're driving their own. This is post-modernity in a thing, contingent narrative. It's a cynical view of modernity. And that's what is pervasive. This doesn't have a larger narrative that we can really attach to. We can understand it if we look at the material conditions and how these things are produced. But this thing is on its own, even though there's a lot of actors that are connected and all this. But this is not about the government should stay out of everything, because they don't believe that. This is particular, unique, singular cases where they use large-scale truths, universal beliefs, caring, all of this shit, to drive specific actions that then, in a row, the dominoes are able to fall. They say this. This is how they talk about these things. This is literally how they talk about these things. Chris Bonner, what about liberty? In what sense, Chris? I don't even know what about liberty? Do you mean Liberty University? I don't know if we were talking about that. The statue? The statue's great. I've seen it. You should climb to the top of it. I hope they do some work on it. I don't know what you're asking about. Ordinance violations, ruling dates back 23, Dad's Place opened back up, began operating again 24 hours a day. So this was in 2021. The same group represented him. He opened up his church for 24 hours a day and was shut down because of COVID restrictions, because you weren't allowed to be open certain hours. You weren't allowed to have large groups in certain hours. He didn't care. He was the cudgel. He was the point of the spear that the same group used in their lawsuits, that they ended up not winning, and it ended up getting overturned because, again, Ohio was a very different place. But eventually opened in 24 hours in 2023. That's why I said, remember that. In addition to housing those in need, the Evangelical Church also provides free haircuts, Bible study nights, and warming center for those suffering from homelessness, parties, and other service nights. It's bad writing. Just as a thing, I was an editor for a bit. I wrote a fuck ton of articles and got editors yelling at me all the time. Why don't I know about liberty? I don't know what you're asking. What about liberty? I don't know what about liberty. What do you want? You've got to be specific. You've got to actually ask a question. Asking about liberty is like, well, what about smell? Like, what does that even mean? It's not a sentence, Chris. Sorry, Charles. It's not a sentence, Charles. You got to actually give me a thing to work with here. That's these things are, again, wow. But again, when we talk about this, the way that if you're going to be a writer or an editor, when someone is saying a sentence, for example, And they provides free haircuts, Bible study nights, a warming center for those suffering from homelessness. Once you've had a sentence that's that long or a group in there, you've got to be particular because it's changed the subject. The subject was those in need, and then it switched to those suffering from. When the subject shifts, should be a period there and end it. But if you don't, then it's people obviously suffering from parties and other service nights. Because that's how it's written. It's badly written. You shouldn't write like this. Just kind of giving you a grammar thing. AP Style Guide's your best friend. Go read it. But again, other service nights is like, what does that even mean? Why is this linking to... I do have an ad blocker. And you just refresh it enough, it lets you... Liberty means no slavery. No slavery means no slavery. Slavery to what? Liberty is freedom. Correct. There we go. We can talk about that. But what does liberty mean to you? Like as a thing? If it means like Trump or others, I will tell you right now what liberty means. It means free to be compulsed to pay people to live somewhere. Because we're ostensibly not allowed to buy houses anymore, because we don't have the liberty to buy houses, because we don't have the political power to buy houses, because we don't have the money to buy houses. These things lay into each other. An entire generation made worse by their parents. And you think there's liberty there? You think there's liberty in that setup? You think there's liberty in a place where people are compelled to do these things that they don't want to do? Pay insurance companies that doctors don't even want them to do, but I can't just get the medication I need or just go to see the doctor. I have to be approved in an in-network thing because healthcare in the private sector isn't about liberty or freedom. People are stuck in jobs doing that. There is no liberty in our country. So grow up and decide how you're going to talk about it. But just to say it means no slavery, what the fuck does that even mean? Like no slavery. Slavery by what definition? Come on. Jesus Christ. Oh, good Christ. Here we go again. This is a year ago. 18 criminal charges. See, the phrasing of this is fantastic. 18 criminal charges includes violations of zoning ordinance. Zoning ordinance violations are not criminal charges. That you don't get charged for, like a zoning ordinance is a fine. It's a civil penalty, purely civil. It's the opposite of criminal. So violations of zoning ordinance to become criminal, it's not the violation of the zoning ordinance. America has been a socialist country since 1913. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, it's retarded. I'm so sorry. I'm very sorry that you're retarded. I didn't know. I feel bad I was mean to you earlier. But let's go ahead and not have you talk anymore, because I don't want people making fun of you here. I don't think it's right that people make fun of you here for being that. I'm sorry. Facing 18 criminal charges, which includes violations of zoning ordinance, leaking a proper kitchen. These are civil things. I should have added national to the part. National retardation. Oh, you're talking to him. At me if you're talking to me. Rule of the stream. The comment was we have to say. We're talking about framing. Framing. The framing sets it up. Why do you say that? Well, what? It's been socialist since 1913, since we got rid of the gold standard and the Federal Reserve became a thing, I'm sure. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. But that framing becomes the discussion. And what we're discussing here is how to sidestep that. The easiest is if it's someone who's that stupid, you simply go, no, thank you. You don't have to address everyone. A lot of people are simply broken, and there is no point because, again, they don't exist in a way. You're not here, how to put it. Arguing with them doesn't put food in their belly or warmth in their home. That's not a thing that helps them. You are not helping them by arguing with them. You're not hurting them by stepping away. There's nothing. You don't exist to make people better in that way. How to help him, period, is to make sure he has food in his belly and that his home is heated and that he has medical care. That's how you help people like that. Not arguing with them. There's no point. None. There's no point ever. They don't matter. Do you know what I mean? Good. I'm actually going to, I kind of want to find out if we can find Chris Savell's, because he's in Bryan, Ohio. So let's go to the Googs. Bryan, Ohio, docket, charges. Charges dropped against pastor. Okay, I actually want to see the actual things. This stuff is, are they going to actually have it somewhere? Because I don't want to click through all these shitty local news links owned by Sinclair and see this stuff. Yeah, he's gone for a day. He's not coming back, Estelle. He's not going to come back. Dismissed without prejudice. Faced nearly 24 zoning violations for housing homeless people 24 hours a day in a facility that wasn't permitted to do so. He pled not guilty. Church is located next door to a county homeless shelter. Oh. So, okay. It's next door to it's next door to a shelter. It's next door to a shelter. But specifically takes in people that the shelter could not help and refused to turn people away. This is going to get horrifying. This is going to get depressing. Jesus. I don't have public records. Name and company. It is Chris Savell. For DB and Oh, we went backwards. That's my bad. Last space, first middle of L. Chris. That's what I get for not reading instructions. Yeah, sure shot. Using homeless drug addicts to gut building safety ordinances is, again, special place in hell for all these people. Genuinely. Okay. That's not a thing. How? Huh. All right. We can kind of go back into this and we can take a look. So we've got okay, so this would be docket. So actually we know the judge, Kent North. Maybe that can help. I'm saying that in like a very, very wide way. Because it's probably his name, so it would be Dad's place. It's got to be it. It's got to be under the Dad's place then. Okay. I didn't even spell it right that time, so what do you expect? What do you expect, Brooks, you moron? Okay. Anyone feels like looking for it. I'm not going to open public records. I'm not doing any of this stupid shit. Was it county? No, there was a city that did this. So, someone dig around, please. That would be great. We'll keep going down. Maybe the apostrophe changes. I searched without it too. I can do this off. I'm not going to waste my entire night on stream boring the shit out of you people this way. Pastor Avell was fined $200 and given 60 days suspended. Blah blah blah. Only government officials we got here. Okay. The case of Avell dates back to May 2023 when multiple people called Brian's officials by activity at Dad's place. The city said in a news release. Let's read that release. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Thank you, city, for actually giving me the info I was looking for. Okay. Beginning in May 2023, the city of Bryan began seeing an increase in calls for service to the Bryan Police Department based on inappropriate activity at Dad's place. Some of the calls were for criminal mischief, trespassing, overdose, larceny, harassment, disturbing the peace, and sexual assault. I mean, anyone else feel like that's a weird order? Just fucking weird order to announce these things in. It's like criminal mischief, trespassing, overdose, larceny, harassment, disturbing the peace, and rape. There's lots of searches for Christopher Avell. Really? I can't be that stupid. That would embarrass me. I don't want to be that stupid. I feel like I just want to ignore you because I feel like I'd be really stupid if that's what it is. I kind of want to just ignore you. Christopher, but that's first, comma, last. Okay, no. Just search for Avell. Okay. I will just search for Avell. Oh, Lord. Oh, my. Okay. Thank you, Olivia. You are beloved. Okay. I will just make a note here. I'll zoom in a little bit because it might be worthwhile. Case type. This dude's been doing this shit a long time. This guy has been a fucker for a while. Let's take a look. What is this first case that we got for him? Plaintiff, Village of Pioneer, Christopher Avell, again. And his wife, it looks like. Fines and costs. See, this is hilarious. I love seeing stuff like this. Total load. What from? Just local costs, legal aid. Just simple shit. This is nothing exciting. Easy enough. I don't have a lot of these. Do you have a lot of civil cases and things for you? I don't know anyone who has multiple pages. Okay, this is another one. This is a cause of action, a contract. Easy. This is nothing. This is just fines. Again, these are all just fines. It's straight up civil. Small claims here. Traffic court. Criminal. Here we go. See, this is 12/8/2023. Zoning violation, criminal. Now, how did that happen? Let's take a look. Complaint filed. Through November. Okay, so this is how you get. By the way, this is how a civil becomes a criminal. This is literally how this happens, because it's always civil. It's always civil. It's always civil. The way that these things start is civil. So the city will go, "Hey, you're out of zoning regs," and you go, "Oh shit, sorry," and they usually go, "Please fix it," and then you're okay if you do, and you can You can get silly continuances for this. Like most cities, homeowners associations are asses. Most cities are like, it's fine, take your time, blah, blah, blah. You could take a long time fixing these things. But if you tell them right away, like, no, which is apparently what happened here, and you say, we're not doing that. Before me, deputy clerk personally came, blah, 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 duly sworn acquaintances. This is Dad's place. Did use or occupy land or space, build, erect, alter, rebuild therein any building or structure in a way for use or purpose, blah, blah. Persons are allowed to eat, wash, clothes, and sleep on property. That's it. It's a violation. And they got bad enough that they actually charged him criminally because he wouldn't do it. It started multiple months earlier. Good job, buddy. Good job, buddy. Started multiple months earlier. And couldn't help himself. There's a lot of those. Fascinating. Look at all these zoning violations. And then again, it starts in August. Starts again with the civil concerning Avel Lisa. What is... I want to know what these things are, too. What in the fuck is going on here? What is this? Just fines. There's a lot of fines for them from this one place. I feel like I want to look into it, but I also don't know if I give a shit. Here's all the civil stuff. 529, Lisa, Avel Lisa. And this is them. Avelinosa is not them. These are not them. All right. So there's Crispy Avel. And it's all this. This is what he did. Yeah, this is just over and over and over. They hit him with these things because he wasn't doing it. Wow. Crazy shit. Why wouldn't he just get it fixed? Just wild. And who was the attorneys on that, actually? Who was the attorneys he had? He's changing his address. Assigned for pretrial. That's just changing that. Nothing exciting. Stephen Hartman, attorney at law. Goes for discovery. What does he want? Request copies of the following materials. Any written or recorded statement made by the defendant, criminal records of the defendant, and the record, any books, papers, documents, listed names and directions of all witnesses. Yeah, it's just normal, boring shit. But who is this lawyer is the question. Stephen Hartman. Stephen D. Hartman. That's Spengler. It's one of the big giant firms. Just nothing huge. Nothing exciting. Law firm, general law firm. Woohoo. You do you, Stephen. Lisa seems to be his wife or sister. What a dishonest nerd title this is. I mean, if you'd been here the whole time, it wouldn't be. Good for you. So, generally speaking, this seems to be the general push for the narrative. Inspected the building, noted violations, non-functional doors, bunch of stuff. According to records, the city shared online. We went through that because that was their press release. Do they include other stuff in that press release, though? Yeah, it looks like the same press release. They included just everything in it, though. Just everything. Hey, Insomnia, welcome. Let's see. So we've got change of use from resident assembly to residential occupancy. Building is multi-occupancy. Rear area of the building has historically been used as A, assembly occupancy space. Dad's placement classified as a use group A3, used church in the rear perimeter of the building. The use was determined to be substantial in compliance with the prior use. The area in question is now being used as sleeping area for transient occupants. This is from the fire department. Assembly group A. This is this is the boring part of all of this. But this is basically the massive paper trail they have of all the complaints, all the times they've dealt with him, all the times that they failed all of the codes. Jesus Christ, they failed. Interior exit stairways and ramps serving at exit component and means of egress system shall comply with requirements. Door at top of stairway to exterior is non-functional. I mean, that's how people die. That's how people die. Good job. Good job. Reliability. Exit must remain unlocked or have they just fucking have doors locked. This is going to be useful. We're going to come back to this one because this is going to be in another piece. But this, again, the narrative. Wouldn't it be better for people to be inside a place where they're locked in with no fire retardants, with nothing else, in large groups inside of a space? Isn't that much better? The answer is no. The answer is actually no. But in that framing, oh, it sounds so bad. That's why they do it. Brilliant. Because it worked. I mean, it worked in the article. City of Bryan eventually pressed 18 criminal charges against Avell, and the church lacked a proper kitchen, blah, blah. Same month, a bunch of lawsuits arguing the city was trying to shut down religious activities at the church. Really? I want to find that lawsuit now. Institute versus Bryan, Ohio. Let's see. Because if they've filed... God, we're going to go through all these videos. I can't wait. We're going to go through... I have Facebook pages open for this one too. Enjoy that. Yeah, this is all this. This is the narrative and how it's being built. Here's churchleaders.org.com, which is ostensibly a site that is just about, I mean, just, ugh, gross. But again, pastor who let unhoused people stay at church found guilty of violating fire code. This is the tone. This is the setup. And the lawsuit is that they're trying to stop the state, because that's what they're touching into, I think, with that phrasing that they've got here. Arguing the city is shutting down religious activities at this church. Here is where I think actually the phrasing is definitely around the state, where it's government stopping religious freedom, religious practices, basically. They're using that. Instead of prosecuting a pastor in an effort to drive his congregation from site, Mayor Slade should be supporting a church trying to care for the marginalized. Jesus Christ. This is a senior counsel for First Liberty who's actively suing to ban trans people. They don't care about marginalized. It's just not in their list of things they give a shit about, like flatly, at all, in like any way. Very frustrating. It's very frustrating. Fuck, it's frustrating. But it's like, so this is this setup. So this first sort of quadrant, we have, I have a bunch of shit written about this, but it's about the dominant narrative, right? So we want to get a couple of them on there, and then we want to start analyzing it. We've kind of got a few in there. Once I get a couple more, we'll kind of talk through and have a little bit of the back and forth. But it's fascinating. So it's The Constitution and law demand nothing less. This phrasing, it says the wrapping of the Constitution. I'm going to just take this entire quote because I think this we've seen elsewhere as well. Come on. All right. And then drop criminal charges. Church also agreed to secure building certifications and zoning permits, the city said. Of course he did. And then he lied. Turned out he lied. Wow. This is how all these fucking things go when you start looking into it. It's like the city, in the Washington case, the story of the coach earlier, they went straight to the narrative in the appeals court. And this is what the appeals court literally said. The lawyers were liars for building false narratives. But they said that the state and the school made no effort to support the religious freedom of the coach and the students. After literally offering everything that they could, they did everything. So they'll just lie. So here it's they'll end up saying, no doubt, when this eventually makes it in front of the bastards at the Supreme Court, they did nothing. They've been against him, fighting him from day one. They gave him no opportunity to write anything because that's the setup. That's what they do. Just awful. Because this is just, again, they dropped criminal charges a year ago against a felon dad's place after agreeing to secure building certificates and zoning permits. And then a few months later, when they hadn't done that, they're like, well, fuck, it was the agreement. You said you would. And so again, they start hitting them. And then 8 months later, the Court of Common Pleas ordered that they stop using facilities as residents. They've been fighting this for a year now in the name of religious freedom. And that's another phrasing I'm going to just steal and put in here, because that's in the name of religious freedom. What a fucker. Dad's place and his pastor are putting the very people they're trying to help and comfort at sea. The elephant. This is a judge who's thinking of the elephant because he's saying in the name of religious freedom. It's not. It's not in the name of religious freedom. It's not. But the judge bought it and is running with it. So now he's saying, hey, look, I don't think religious freedom on principle is worth this. It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You fucked up, buddy. You fucked up already. Even the judge already fucked up. God damn it. That's the worst thing, Olivia. The judge said that. The judge ruling against them said that because the framing is set, the framing's built, the framing's going. The desire for both religious freedom and public safety is not mutually exclusive, and the two goals and should easily coexist. This is I'll take the conservative side. This is fucking pussy coward language. That's what that is. Look, we can make everyone happy. It's not strength. It's not power. And it's certainly not getting people what they deserve. There's kindness. We must take care of those we can. But middling it, having a nanny state. No. So it's coexisting. There's just, man, the judge. This is literally how they do it. It's amazing. This article. This is why I love this article. It's just perfect for this. Fucking wild. One sec. Checking text messages. I have a Nosferatu finally dropped digitally, and I haven't watched it yet. In fact, I've been holding off. It's one of those movies, whenever this happens, whenever there's a wave of people who really love a film, I know I'm not the person for this, and I don't really want to have the discussion with people, so I may never see it, so that way I don't ever have to talk to people about these things. Yeah. I'm worried. But yeah. Pastor Chris keeps his church open to anybody all the time because he believes the words of Jesus is recorded. What do you do for these? What do you do for me? I'm curious how honest this is, but again, it's the invocation of Christ, the invocation of religion. Pull that one out. Like we saw this in every one of these articles already. It's kind of incredible. All right. And we go here. Submitted a brief supporting Dad's place. We will take a look at that. After Tuesday's ruling, Gardner. First Liberty Institute Kearney. So again, they've now quoted, wait, that's 1, 2, and then I want to see if they have a third lawyer for this nonprofit that happens to be in this fucking article. There's Gardner again. Is it the same one? I thought it's 2 so far. Yeah. Yeah, so they quote the website and Gardner and another lawyer. Just amazing. Amazing when that happens. Amazing. Wonderful, isn't it? Okay. So we'll get to that. Avil applied for conditional use of the property in 2020, which the city approved. According to the press release, Pastor Avil never requested or was given to use Dad's place as a residence or homeless shelter. Yes, we saw the paperwork on that. Well, that's getting penned. That's getting penned, low-hanging fruit. Welcome. Pastor claims fire code violations are constitutionally protected rights. Praise be to the House of Flames. My cousin Josh, who's like an older brother to me, he went to become a journeyman electrician. And for a while, I was going from job to job. I needed construction, needed work. Light construction work could get me paid. So I'd follow him around at job sites and I'd do dumb shit because I didn't really know what I was doing. I was like 19, 20. And at this point, I was in the process of growing out of a Randian libertarianism thing, suburban white boy disease, you might call it. And one of the things that did it was this, because the codes for everything was insane. Code was, and it's a thing that when you talk to people who are in the right of things, like the right side of things, conservative side, they tend to be really anti-government codes, and they don't really talk about it, but it's a thing that they're very against because it's anyone telling you how to do things, even though it's literally making it so we don't, live in houses that melt or fall apart around us all the time, or that we have, fire exits, dumb shit like that. This house he was building, this really wealthy guy had basically put together like his dream house, and Josh was putting stuff in, and he was showing me how everything is set up and how it needs to be. And I said, I made some comics, a dumb kid, about how it didn't make sense. It's like, it's so complicated. He's like, no, you don't fuck with this. He's like, there's why. And he started explaining to me how absolutely insane the level of power was going through this, why it needed to be distributed, why you need the circuit breakers, why these things are set up in this way, and how circuit breakers even work, which I didn't even know. I thought like they were magic. But no, it actually has to do kind of with the heat that's passing through them is how they shut off very often, especially in older ones. Because what's really the problem is that wire that's not really meant for higher electricity needs to be fucked with in order to make sure it's the right amount going through it, or you will literally burn the place down in a horrifying way. And as he started explaining this to me and showing me around the house, all the places where everyone would die if like he didn't do his job right. And it just started to dawn on me then. And as I went, it's like, wow, like it completely fucks you up when you start realizing how many places in every home the code is set. And code's annoying. I get it. It is annoying, which is fair. The number of places where when they don't do something right, it completely ruins the ability for you to trust that thing. And so as a renter, you're at the mercy of whatever the fuck is going on because you can't pay for things to get fixed. It's not your fucking house. For example, the house I'm in, which is owned by sort of a property company, welcome to the future of real estate, that we rent from. The room I'm in and our bedroom, which is right above me, is on the same circuit, which is really weird and not really good, because it means that all of the power that I suck up with my stupid computers means that we can't really have anything in our fucking bedroom that runs on electricity. So like, when it was really hot, I got an AC and an AC unit because the house's AC wasn't very good and frosted over. And as soon as I plugged it in and turned it on, like the house shut down. There's reason codes are what they are. It's insane. The water outside of our place, we've had a lot of issues with this house. The water going to our house, right? The pipe burst. Where did the pipe burst? Well, it was really tough to be able to shut it down because there's actually no shutoff valve to the house because code wasn't followed. There's a pressure valve, which is fucking nuts that that's the case. It's nuts that that's the case. When the guy finally came out to fix it, because it was in the middle of winter, I have video of me like trying to find it. My wife's above me, and it's like the water shooting up and it's below freezing, and like the water, I went outside and I slid down the hill because it was water had frozen all the way down. I was at the bottom of the hill. Like I had to climb my way back up through yards and holding on to tree sticks. It was crazy. And finally when the guy came out to fix it, he was like, oh God, they used sprinkler pipe for like the main part of the house, which is apparently, just so you know, not as strong, not really what you're supposed to use. So like all this shit is the reason that houses work the way that they do, the way that we can trust that they work how they do. That's why we have building codes. So we're not going to, at the worst, be completely inconvenienced by suddenly having no water or no electricity or dirty electricity constantly or burning down the house, but at best, not dying. You take for granted that if you live anywhere really in the developed world, unless you live in a shack in the mountains, like unless you are Ted Kaczynski's spirit animal, you live here and you are safe because of building codes and you don't even know it. And it's that not knowing it and not realizing it because you don't understand what the opposite is, that's absolutely the worst thing. And I'm going to give you an example. It's a great example. We're going to go look at the address hotel at the Dubai Mall. So, when I was stuck living in Dubai, part of the reason I was there was I was building an indoor VR amusement park. It's a very long story, but I was living in the Address Hotel at Dubai Mall. It didn't look like this. This was the previous year. This is terrifying. By the way, this should be terrifying to anyone when I tell this story. Dubai has almost no regulations, but it has a ton. It's very different. So when you're building, there isn't really like a book of regulations that exist that you go to, like a code that people follow. Instead, there's understandings. And there's some level of code that is given out in edict. But one of those things that wasn't there is specifically that you didn't necessarily have to build some things out of non-flammable material. But they didn't have that as a rule for a very long time. And so the Address Mall was built with a bunch of flammable shit. There's two of these. I was across the hallway here. This is across the way. Like basically, if you turned around, this was the hotel I was in. So it's the two parts. And lo and behold, and no one really knows why this happened. They're saying it was a short circuit, right? They say it's a short circuit, but it happened to be during like fireworks and a whole bunch of other stuff. But the police said the electrical fault in a spotlight is used to illuminate the hotel and cause the massive flames that broke out. The blaze started in the cables of a spotlight on a ledge between the 14th and 15th floor of the 63-story hotel. No deaths were attributed to the fire. Some 15 people injured. One man suffered a heart attack during the evacuation. If we were to know about it. I trust this much about shit that comes out of Dubai. But this is why we have fire codes. That's it. This is why we have fire codes. Because we don't want this to happen. Immediately following this, everything had to be made of MDF, which, by the way, a lot of shit that didn't need to be made of fire retardant material had to be made of fireproof MDF material. If you don't know what that is, it's because it sucks to work with. You can't use wood. You couldn't use 2x4s for anything. Anything. Nothing was allowed to be made of wood. It had to be made with MDF. So enjoy thinking, if you know this stuff, building gigantic sets and things using no wood. It was a unique experience. But this is what happens. I'm not going to show you the video from 2002. That video exists. This is why we have those laws. City notified people not allowed to live there. Zoning administrator wrote in a 2023 memo. Woman sleeping in a chair. Yep. And again, here's again where the city, we're going to come back to this because it's just so frustrating. But the phrasing they're using here, instead of prosecuting a pastor in an effort to drive his congregation from her site, Mayor Slade should be supporting a church trying to care for the marginalized in her community. The phrasing of this is twofold. I know I already went over it, but I didn't even notice the first part. They're literally framing it in the way where she is trying to drive Christians out of the town. Didn't even occur to me. Like, that's fucking nuts. What an awful framing. That's just terrible. Man, these people are just fascinating. All right. And Attorney General stepped in. He wrote an op-ed. Let's read that op-ed and find these languages in there or if there's anything new. In the American mind, he wrote it. Oh, no. Okay. We're going to do a little bit of a deep dive. So the Claremont Institute. Yeah, you can guess it already, by the way. Guess what it is already. Mission of Claremont Institute is to restore the principles of the American founding. So, thing to remember, in the original article, it says, the Ohio Attorney General got wind of the proceeding and stepped in to support it, writing an op-ed that was published on December 17th. Op-ed is a really fascinating phrase to use for that. Because a op-ed tends to mean written in the paper of record. A Twitter post is not an op-ed. Right? Right? But no, this is not an op-ed. This is The American Mind, which is a magazine, newspaper, a blog. It's a fucking blog put out by the Claremont Institute, which is another think tank linked to the same bunch of motherfuckers. Oh, there you go. All right, I'm going to go back to Sure Shot's thing because it is the government overall we're talking about. We're going to go back through and make a word cloud out of this shit and try to find how they're using it. But yeah, that's fucking insane. Dad's Place, a storefront church run by Pastor Chris, occupies an old building. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be back in a minute. I've got to use the restroom before I dive into this because this is fucking... Jimbo, is Trump talking and removing building safety regulations? Nope. Talking about a bunch of shit that won't happen, like buying Greenland or annexing Canada. But the Federalist Society, the Heritage Society, and all these think tanks seem to be backing up against a bunch of pastors. We found 4, bet you we can find more, who are all in trouble because of building code violations. I'll let you think on that. I'll be back in just a moment. All right. All right. I am going to see if I can get music playing in the background for a second, because I feel like as I'm silent, I do want to have some level of like, we're not doing the anti-oedipus song in the background as much as I know a lot of you are like just super excited about that. It's not the top of my list for this. This is music that I can't get pinged for, and also is just mostly to sit in the background. So let me see if I can get this running, and then let's see. All right, and then I'm gonna move you over here. All right. That's gonna be VLC here. God, I have too many fucking things open. Can you hear acceptably? Is it a good jam? Am I able to be heard over it decently? It is. It's jazz-y. I'm a big fan of like lo-fi jazz, fucking Macintosh Plus, Vaporwave, whatever the fuck that shit is. Not Muzak. This is good shit. Well, it's kind of Muzak-y, I guess. It's kind of that. I'm not going to fight that idea. But we're going to minimize you after I turn it on repeat all. Fuck it, we'll do fucking that. There we go. All right. It's close enough to jazz. Fair enough. It's if YouTube had a better system for like actually being able to just get music and not be fucking pinged, I'd be sitting here and Nowhere would be running in the background for forever. But instead they want lots of money, and I'm not going to be interested. All right. Per my comment earlier about the era of journalism made of experts who did investigative journalism, what we're doing right now is like what 60 Minutes used to do. A crappy version of it, but it's like they actually used to go talk to people and like investigate. I got to be really good friends with this writer in Denver. His name's Alan Prendergast. If you go find him, he did a whole bunch of stuff on Columbine, obviously. That's how I got to know him. But he did a lot of work on a lot of cases, criminal cases and things where it's like real legwork. And watching what he did versus what is considered to be like an investigative report now, where some YouTube asshole, myself included, like does very little, doesn't even get out of a chair, doesn't really even search stuff online. It's incredibly frustrating. Prendergast, like the machine. It's not Prender, not Pender, Prender. Here, I'll, I'm sick. Really good guy. Just a really wonderfully good guy. Really cool stuff. That's him right there. My dad and him got to be really close. But he's just done a huge amount of shit, and it's always very cool. We're gonna shrink down the sound of that background noise. Yeah. There we go. A little bit of a better jam. His books are great. I highly recommend them in general. Alan just does a lot of really great work. But it's really interesting. But how he would go in and what he would do and how he would do this shit is amazing. And it's when you read someone like, who are others that I like? Well, I mean, The Exile. It's like Mark Ames. Yasha Levine. Yasha Levine, this guy right here. He writes the Substack Weaponized Immigrant, which is a fantastic name. He's done a lot of real investigative work. Mark Ames, extraordinarily, too. And they're like do newspaper style stuff. But like this thing, it's really fascinating. Like what happened and how it happened, and it's really it's really a lot. Ross Ulbricht, for example, just a little bit of a diversion because it's fun. Ross Ulbricht got pardoned, He's the guy behind Silk Road. He's a huge piece of shit. Like, he's not really in jail for Silk Road. He is, but he did hire, well, he tried to hire a bunch of hitmen who turned out to be internet trolls fucking with him, and it's really funny. It is genuinely very, very funny. I will just let you know. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. But the setup is fascinating. And again, when we start talking about the narrative that's built, he was a poster child for techno-utopianism. He embodied the individualist liberatory potential of computers and networks. For a time, the tech he was using wasn't as secure as he thought. In fact, it was full of holes. He got caught and sentenced to 2 life terms. Now Trump released him. Why did a guy promising to wage war against drug cartels release an internet drug kingpin? Apparently, Trump promised to pardon Ross to get the votes of the Libertarian Party, which has been championing Ross's cause for years. At least, that's the superficial story. Maybe that's not the only story. I'm glad Ross is out. I'm happy for his family. I met his mom. She waged a tireless campaign to try to free her son. I wrote quite a bit about Ross in my book, Surveillance Valley. In the big picture, I saw Ross as a little guy, a naive kid who trusted too much, flew too high, and got too greedy. Greedy enough, apparently, to order a hit on a former employee, not knowing the hitman was a Fed and that the employee had already been nabbed by the cops. Ultimately, Ross was caught too, betrayed by the very technology supposed to protect him. In a way, he became a victim of a crypto-utopian ideology pushed by the same U.S. spy agencies that he tried to protect himself from. Little did Ross know, but the tools he was using to hide himself from the feds were funded by these very same feds. Pentagon, State Department, privatized cyber war outfits spun off from the CIA. But Ross believed the hype. So yeah, he was a very high-profile victim. A victim of the biggest psyop of the internet era, waged by American spies and various crypto activists and anarchists on their payroll. The psyop successfully convinced the world that it can be safe from oppression by using security tools funded by the American state. Might sound dumb now to stake your life on an app, but not so long ago everyone believed apps had this sort of power that could take on the most powerful security apparatus in the world. Ross is an extreme case, but he represents the simple internet utopianism that reigned back in the Obama era. People really believed in the redemptive power of the network. However you feel about his language, Surveillance Valley is an astonishing book and deep dive into how the permanent state, the state apparatus, and the Department of Defense and all of that literally paid for the internet to be built. And it's really, really a lot. And again, I'm not big on Ross. I don't really think it matters. And I don't buy into narrative things. Like a dude being freed doesn't change anything. I'm not a big person who believes in that. What I believe is it does onward things. It has knock-on effects. But this is one of those that I don't know. Again, Peltier was set free too by Biden. And so it's like, do you think Biden like suddenly cares about indigenous rights? Like, no, there's other shit happening here and it's weird and all of that. But anyway, Yasha Levine, fantastic actual guy to care about and to pay attention to. So good stuff there. Okay, we are now going to read and pull out points from AmericanMind.org. Bryan, Ohio is a fine small town. Let me pull it up on screen for you. Bryan, Ohio is a fine small town. It's the kind of place where holiday dinners are potlucks, featuring several versions of homemade meatloaf and bean casserole, and the cooks silently watch to see which desserts are gone first. It's as flat as a sheet of plywood, and the wind bites bare skin in the winter. Dad's Place, a storefront church. Oh, God, the fucking loading of this is amazing. All of this to introduce Dad's Place, a storefront church run by Pastor Chris. Fuck. I love it. I love it a lot. Several versions of homemade meatloaf is actually a really good phrase. Like, this is actually a talented writer, because what he's driving at is, again, the individual. He's pushing towards that. As someone from the Midwest, I have my version of meatloaf. I do. And there's nuances in meatloaf that people laugh about, but it's true of everything. If I were to make mayonnaise as a thing, I can make mayonnaise a lot of different ways. People laugh about it because mayonnaise, it's like, no. Everything has varieties and variances that people get into. And it is absolutely sure shot. This is screaming about American pastoralism. This is very good writing. This is actually very good writing. Versions of homemade meatloaf and bean casserole. The cooks silently watch to see which desserts are gone first. That speaks to anyone in the Midwest who's had like a large Thanksgiving meal or cooked one, because that's what happens. That's fucking wild. It's really good. You hate meatloaf? Wig, if you ever come out to the States, I will make you a meatloaf you won't believe, because that shit's fucking delicious. If it's done right, it's fucking delicious. And the Meatloaf singer, he was good in Fight Club. Yeah, it's a Prairie Home Companion. It's not far. Dad's Place, a storefront church run by Pastor Chris, occupies an old building a few doors down from the county courthouse. It looks like plenty of other businesses that haven't yet spruced up their early 20th century buildings. Mentally ill and homeless people shelter in the church, which is open 24/7. But the day of my visit, a local city hall got a court order to shut it down. The temperature dipped to 16 degrees that night. Fuck. Are you seeing it? This is so good. This is incredible. I love that. This is accidentally wonderful. God was upset. That's what he's saying. Nature was upset. It's the same thing all over again. God wants this. This is against God. They're fighting God. God prevented makes the world colder. Blah, blah, blah. It makes it less hospitable. It's insane. This is incredible. And yes, meatloaf is delicious. Pastor Chris founded Dad's Place years after his conversion to Christianity in mid-adulthood, after which he entered ministry. He describes his reluctant conversation this way. It was like a nuclear bomb went off. I can't describe it. Nothing around me happened. I didn't hear a voice or anything like that. His eyes welled up at the memory. But everything changed in that moment. It was like a nuclear bomb went off. Nothing happened. God. It's evoking. It's just evocative. It's incredibly evocative language. It's very talented. Very, very, very talented writer here. In the back is a large industrial-looking room with concrete floors where the church meets. Church members volunteer to care for the people who come in. Some mentally ill, some homeless and hungry, some addicted. Some walk in. Some are brought there by police. There are no beds or cots, but more than one person has fallen asleep sitting in a warm room listening to a sermon, which is not so different from the churches where the well-washed pay their Sunday obeisance. Jesus Christ. This guy is so good. Okay. The rhetoric around this is that this is the poor man's church. That's the rhetoric here. It's a poor man's church. This is for the least wanted of God's children. That's what he's speaking to. They're actually, because again, these people don't care about Christianity at all. They never have. They have never given a fuck. But what they do care about is playing to the things that people care about in it. And caring about the least among us is universal. It's absolutely part of this. Caring for the least among us is going to be huge. I mean, it's incredible. And then this is a church for not your elitist church. That's the phrasing he was just using that he's playing with. And it's very good, but it's the not so different from the churches where the well-washed pay their Sunday obeisance. Wild. No, this is no longer the elephant, but sorry, Molly. We are now looking at someone who, like, we are looking at people who are saying not to think about the elephant. And we're trying to interpret what they're actually doing. Well, they're saying don't look at the elephant without looking at elephants. But Brian's mayor does not like Dad's place and has mounted a 1.5-year battle to close it down. The police stopped bringing people. Instead, City Hall sent fire inspectors, zoning inspectors, building code inspectors, all the petty tools it has to express its displeasure with unfavored members of the community. Fuck. So good. That's so good. Like, could you even come close to writing that? I couldn't. That's so fucking delicious. That's delicious. It is venom, but it's like, it's really good. Okay, so let's break down all that's happening in this paragraph, because this is this is like my favorite paragraph. This is amazing, amazing, amazing. Okay. First off, Brian's mayor does not like Dad's place. What the fuck? No, there's absolutely no reason to believe this. It's not personal. There's no reason to make it personal. There is not there. But they're saying this is personal. Brian's mayor hates this. The mayor, the government, the state hates this and has mounted a 1.5-year battle to close it down, despite keeping it open the entire time. And saying, here's how you can keep it open. And here's like, the police stopped bringing people here. There's a homeless shelter next door, you fuckhead. Like, it's absolutely still being, people are still, it's amazing. Instead, City Hall sent inspectors. But he sorts them. Fire inspectors, zoning inspectors, building codes inspectors, the bureaucracy. Oh no. I just realized what this is. Oh, I know what this is connected to. This is Schedule F. Schedule F employees, inspectors are now considered that, by the way. Under the if that holds up or whatever the fuck. But inspectors would be considered that. It's federal, but they are trying to make all this stuff federal. So it's the petty bureaucrats, the petty tools it has to express displeasure with unfavored members of the community. Like, that's fucking amazing. This is maybe one of my favorite paragraphs I've read in a long time. God, that's fucking amazing. I'm just going to put it in. I'm just going to put it in as is. Like, I'm not even going to fuck around. It's just too good. I was debating if I wanted to save part of it, but it's like, God. Unfavored is a brutal word to use. It is. And that's we're going to be coming back to it because, again, this is the favor of the state, the favor of what's happening. But again, conditioning. You can't go outside of the road. But they're not unfavored. Well, they obviously are, because favored people don't have this done. But it's really great. Pastor Chris and Dad's place have been ably defended by First Liberty and 2 private law firms, Taft and Spengler, on a pro bono basis. The Latin phrase does not mean free, though the client doesn't get charged. It means for good. Oh, God. Important parts to the conservative mythology. Again, mom, dad, me, family, all that stuff, is that nothing's free. Not free. Not free. Even though it's free. It's getting represented for free. It's not paying for any of it. It's not mean free. Though the client doesn't get charged, it means for good. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. I'm actually kind of frustrated by how good this is. This is fucking with me pretty bad. Oh, God. It's kind of upsetting to me. One sec. It's fascinating. Because it's kind of like, yeah, I feel bad linking this to anyone, but it is fair. It is fair. It's just an extremely good example. I actually haven't come across, usually conservatives are terrible and they don't know how to write and they have trouble basically not just making monkey noises, they shit themselves. But this is like excellent. Like, go read Supreme Court justices. They're terrible. Their writing is awful. They don't know how to talk. They can't make logical jumps. They don't even know how to be slightly poetic or mimetic or anything. This is very good. This is deeply cynical. It's amazing. Because it's like things like pro bono does mean for good. But there's a thing in there that's like, bono doesn't just mean good, right? It means for everyone's good, public good. It's, you defend pro bono not for good, as in like not evil, but as like for the good. That's more what it means. So it's literotica for wasps. I mean, it's literotica for me. I like really good fucked up writing that, like, every sentence has like 10 layers in it that are just incredible. It's incredible. This is a battle over the First Amendment and freedom of religion. Pastor Chris keeps his church open to anybody all the time because he believes the words of Jesus as recorded in the 25th chapter of Matthew's Gospel. What you do for the least of these, you do for me. Now, this bothers me. One sec. What you do for the least of these, you do for me. It's gonna take a second. One sec, sorry. I know I'm annoying. Because I'm 99% sure this is not how it's worded. I've read all this shit. I've read all this shit a lot. Because I don't think this is it. I don't think that's the phrasing. Because it's Matthew 25, 44, 45. And again, New International Version definitely has different wording. They will answer, Lord, and this is from the Bible, and I actually really like this. It's one of those good phrases. I don't like how he's phrased it. Because what you do for the least of these, you do it for me, is the literal opposite. Because that's not the idea. That's not the idea. Lord, when did we see you hungry or thirsty or a stranger or needing clothes or sick or in prison and did not help you? Because that's what he's saying, is he's basically yelling at people. He says, depart from me, you are accursed, and the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was hungry, you gave me nothing. I was thirsty, you gave me nothing. I was a stranger, you did not invite me in. I needed clothes, you did not clothe me. I was sick and in prison, and you did not look after me. They will answer to you, Lord, when did we see you hungry or thirsty, or as a stranger, or needing clothes, or sick, or in person, and did not help you? Because they're like, we never saw you. What are you talking about? And he says, I tell you, whatever you did not do for the least of these, you did not do for me. It's a very particular shift in that language. It is not that you do things for them for Christ. He's saying, just as a note, whatever you do not do for me. It is actually really an important distinction. So I find it frustrating that he can't even get the Bible right, unless he's using a weird translation. But again, I can't imagine that you wouldn't be using the New International Version these days. You have to go look at the Greek. The Greek has it -2, I believe. Like it's a negative because it starts with him yelling at everyone. He's like, because it starts with him yelling at everyone of what they didn't do for him. When I was hungry, you did not clothe me. When I was thirsty, you did not give me drink. When I was a stranger, you did not welcome me in. They're like, you were never any of those things. He's like, all of these people were me. That's the idea. It's not using a weird translation either. Again, he doesn't give a shit, but it's just, it bothers me whenever it's like, again, we're talking about a pastor, for fuck's sake. Get the goddamn Bible quote, like stupid people. But again, they don't care. So I'm rabbit holing. I shouldn't do that. Pastor Chris was in court the first week of December to be tried for a criminal violation of the fire code. He could go to jail. I mean, don't put fucking fire things in, you shithead. Make it so your fucking doors don't lock. Don't be a shithead. Are both variations in Matthew 20:25? 25? Where? Oh yeah, 25:40. But again, it's still not the same phrasing he's got. What you did for the least of these, you did it for me. What you did for these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. But again, it's just a weird phrasing here because that's not what he's doing. He isn't taking care of just the least. He isn't just opening it to everyone. This is not what's happening here. And then they went in, we looked through the docs, and we'll go through them again. The guy, the pastor, isn't actually opening his doors to anyone freely. He's next door to a homeless shelter. And ostensibly you could say, oh, he's opening it up and it's overflow from the homeless shelter. It's not overflow. Specifically, homeless shelters, shelters of the unhoused, shelters for women, whatever it may be, there are people who cannot go in them. And it's one of those things that when you have large open spaces, which most of these shelters are, even if they're locked down in some way, you don't have like locks on the doors or anything. You can't have rapists in there. You can't have active drug users who are like have a needle in their arm. You can't have alcoholics walking around with bottles of wine, and you can't have people who are visibly on crack going through everything. Like there's a level where you can't have those people in there. And he's saying he's keeping all of them in his place. There's some issues with that, given that, the reason that this all started was because the police had to keep being called because he's basically a center of crime. Now, are there solutions for this? Absolutely. But just opening your doors in general is not it. And if you truly care about these people, then start a GoFundMe or ask the city for help. They even have said that they would help him fix these things. Like, just don't make the house a fucking fire. Yes, don't make it a fire hazard. Don't make it a place where people will die. Just terrible. It's just terrible. But it's like, just don't do these things. You won't go to jail. They don't put people in jail for violating fire code unless you willfully do it over the course of years. His lawyer believes he is the first person ever to be criminally tried for a fire code violation in Bryan. Such things are almost universally handled by citation or civil lawsuit. Yes. Unless you don't do it. Unless it turns out you're putting people's, like... The trial produced testimony that the city waives code requirements for older buildings when it is economically burdensome to a business, but it won't waive it for a church that is trying to live out its faith amongst the most marginalized people in the community. I don't believe you. The city waives code requirements for older buildings when it is economically burdensome to a business. I mean, here's the thing. This is a judgment call, as laws always are. So it's like, first off, it's not that they went, oh, we hate this guy. It's that they went, hey, there's the guys down the street. The guys down the street who have like a tire shop. We don't care if they have egress. We'll waive it. It's not a big deal. Because they don't have a staircase going a certain way, or the staircase doesn't have a rail, because that's not what their business is. It's not a publicly accessible space. That tends to be like the thing. Again, when I was in Dubai, I've been part of a handful of builds since then. Public accessibility is like the thing fire marshals go nuts about. And the moment it's publicly accessible and it's not just like 4 employees fucking around, they get a lot more nuts. That's it. Yeah, Wig, I think it's, but Christ demands that we burn for him. I know, because I don't believe this. Won't waive it for a church trying to live out its faith among the most marginalized people in the community. Hey, this is the thing. It's going to be really tough for me to get away from this because this language is the thing. This is the thing. The most marginalized, it's accurate. The unhoused as a thing, there are layers to it. And it's really difficult to get people to have any semblance of empathy for crack addicts, sexual predators, which is a thing, the deeply mentally unstable, the violent, who all are people too and should have places to live and not die in the streets. Really tough to get people to make that call, though. So how do you do it? Not like this. This isn't it. This isn't it. Because that's the part that just keeps getting to me. They are the most marginalized people. It's really hard to not say that they're not, by the way. Does anyone disagree with that? I don't actually know of a way to argue otherwise. They are, I think. Made myself sad. At the end of the trial, the judge asked for a briefing on the First Amendment defense raised by Pastor Chris, deferred ruling from the bench. I visited Dad's place later the week Pastor Chris was on trial. Pastor Chris was on trial. After listening to his story and asking some questions, we moved to the back room where I met the members of his church who help him keep the place open around the clock, some of the people who find a safe place in the church. I met a woman sitting at one of the tables. Oh, this is going to hurt me. This is going to hurt me to read so much. This is how they get you. I met a woman sitting at one of the tables with a stack of papers. She flinched ever so slightly when we shook hands, as though human touch had been harmful to her at some point in the past. When I asked about her paperwork, she told me she was looking for a job. We chatted for a few minutes. Some of her words were out of order or jumbled, but she made herself understood. When I got up from the table, Pastor Chris took me aside and told me the woman had been coming for about 2 months. When she came here, she was nonverbal, he told me quietly. She couldn't even have a conversation. I noticed a young woman seated behind a computer. She spoke at first in very short phrases and told me she did graphic design. I asked her if I could see any of her work. She pulled out her phone, swiped several times through pieces, and displayed a picture that looked like a photograph of a masterpiece oil painting. I asked her how she made it. She began speaking in complete sentences, explaining the software she used to create it, that had taken her 2 months. It was fabulous. Having a schedule to keep, I took a photo with Pastor Chris and his family and moved on. That evening at a Christmas party several counties away, I was told that a different judge in a civil case against Dad's Place had issued an order that would effectively close it immediately. These people are evil. This guy's evil. This is awful. This is so awful. There are multiple problems with that order. I'm just going to keep reading and just forget. There was no immediate harm happening that had not been happening for months during the entire pendency of the case. The order did not preserve the status quo during the proceedings, but rather upend it. One judge, having heard the case and the arguments over religious liberty, had slowed everything down, wanting to get it right, but another judge swung into action and rushed in. I asked Elliot Geiser, Ohio's Solicitor General, to file a friend of the court brief with the trial court in support of Dad's Place, asking the court to stay its order. The trial court responded by setting a hearing in 10 days. There will be further appeals, and Ohio will defend the state and federal guarantees of freedom of religion. Pastor Chris stayed up all night, preaching to his small congregation, doing church stuff, and keeping people off the streets for one more night. But the government should not get a say in what is church stuff. It doesn't get to decide that preaching is okay, but sheltering the homeless is not. It doesn't get to decide preaching is okay, but sheltering the homeless is not. And it doesn't get to grant waivers to secular businesses, but single a church out for strict enforcement. Thomas Jefferson wrote about a wall of separation between church and state to describe the operation of the First Amendment's free exercise and establishment clauses. The phrase appears nowhere in the Constitution or the Declaration, but if it means anything, it means the church is behind a protective wall the state may not climb over or go around. I mean, this guy's, I love these fucking stupid people. Ohio's Attorney General, have you heard, did you see at the bottom here? His name is Dave Yost. Yost's goal is to, quote, do big good. That's the guy that crafted the rest of this. I do big good. Good be big. Evil be small. Me smash. Like, it's fucking unbelievable, these fucking people. Protecting consumers, rooting out corruption, defending environment, ensuring open and competitive marketplace, and fulfilling other duties. What the fuck is this? Fascinating. God, Claremont and the American Mind, just awful. And here's the photo we took with these guys. There's the dude in the back. Yost wrote an op-ed expressing his support for the church. Brian's mayor does not like Dad's Place. Has about a year and a half battle to close it down, Yost wrote. Jesus. Friend of the court, amicus briefing, supporting Dad's Place, a state issued. Let's see us. Let's read the amicus brief and then we're going to move on because this is the person who wrote the article. Yes. Yes. Court granted preliminary injunction. Attorney General urges the court to stay its preliminary injunction for two reasons. First, as a practical matter, enforcement of preliminary injunction would likely cause severe hardship on anyone currently relying on the church with temperatures in the teens. A stay to minimize, that's fine. Church state constitutional claims to deserve careful review. While the court's preliminary injunction order relies heavily on the preliminary judgments of the federal courts regarding federal religious liberty claims, no court has so far evaluated any of the church's claims under the Ohio Constitution. Even when it shares the core common sense, the federal Constitution, the Ohio Constitution maintains its own boundaries to protect the rights of Ohioans. Here, Dad's Place could advance a strong claim that Ohio's Constitution enduring protections of religion and freedom require the Bryan Fire Department's policies to pass strict scrutiny. Okay. Quoting the Constitution, all men have a natural and indefensible right to worship Almighty God according to the dictates of their own conscience. No person shall be compelled to attend. So this is just nonsense. This is just nonsense. They don't care. They don't care. So NAMBLA, if they were to call themselves religious, would be fine by this guy. No, obviously not. Wild. Yeah, it's just the same stupid bullshit as the other ones. Okay. That seems like it's a good set of all the general... That's his wife, Lisa. Yeah, we heard about Lisa earlier. We're going to read one more. We're going to watch a YouTube video maybe or two. Because the Liberty Institute has a handful of things with our friend.
First Liberty has been sent directly from God to support and encourage us. I can't, this has transformed our church and the way we view the gospel at work, the way First Liberty's come in. This is not a law firm. This is an army of God who comes in and put on the full armor of God, carrying the sword of the Spirit, right? The Word of God, and is transforming the country, I believe. I mean, I've seen it through what they do here. And
he's crying. Good job. Good job.
I can't even imagine the cost. Listen, these guys, I'm struggling on Friday, and they're like, we'll see you Tuesday. I mean, literally, I'm talking right now to some people who are standing in front of me. You can't see them off the camera, who I was literally at my lowest, and they said, we got 4 people coming to be with you. And that's unbelievable. And that comes at a tangible cost as well.
I want to know who they're sending. What does that mean? We're sending 4 people there. They'll be there Tuesday over the weekend.
Struggling on Friday, and they're like, we'll see you Tuesday. I mean, literally, I'm talking right now to some people who are standing in front of me. You can't see them off the camera, who I was literally at my lowest, and they said, we got 4 people coming to be with you. And that's unbelievable. And that comes at a tangible cost as well. It's not cheap to fly in, and I understand all those things. And it has cost the church nothing. It's unbelievable. It happens nowhere else but in the kingdom of God. This is not the way people live, but this is exactly the way First Liberty lives it out. Every day I've seen, and listen, I got to be honest, throughout this process, I think through all things, and I've investigated First Liberty as far as when they come, hey, are these people of God, right? You got to do that. And man, their integrity, from everyone, from each individual attorney I talk to the people, again, behind the camera here, they love the United States and the Constitution, and they're here because this is a work of their heart. And so support that. Honestly, and I'm being real sincere.
Not Chris Avalone. That was... Chris is a good dude. It's a sad story.
You must worship the Lord, right? That's uncomfortable. But hey, we get to worship, be so sincere. It's uncomfortable when the government tells you this is how you must worship the Lord.
This is how you must worship the Lord. That's exactly what the code says, actually. We have our Lord worshiping code. That's why the Lord Inspector shows up. Literally how it works.
Right? That's uncomfortable. But hey, we get to worship the Lord. That may be slipping away if we keep going the way we're going. But for now, we just, fine, we'll worship the Lord that way.
Well, and that gets, I think, to the essence of this, and that is they're trying to define, they say it's a safety issue, but at the same time, they're trying to define church activities as music and preaching. But ministry is so much more than that.
We're called to proclaim.
Hey, Shakespeare. Also, everyone, if you are members, I did give you a bunch of, I think, pretty fucking great emoticons to use. They're not for everyone. My personal favorite is the goat son, which is a great pun in my eyes. But again, not everyone has my weird sense of humor. There's the goat sons. And then we have the masks. We have the rock. We have Nietzsche, the mustache. There's a few good ones in there. You feel free to use them and abuse them. Please abuse them. It would make me happy to see them pretty consistently in there because it was way more work than it should have been to get them in there. It's way more work. YouTube is not great. Fuck. This hurts me.
And share the kingdom of God with our words, but they're to be.
At the same time, they're trying to define church activities as music and preaching.
When we talk of metaphor, God, I almost want to just bring up anti-Oedipus and force you guys into a fucking reading of anti-Oedipus at this point. Because I hate metaphors. And I'm not alone in that. The way metaphor operates is it allows content to be shifted around because it's about what is meant, but not by you, but by everyone, by God, by the King. That thing, that's the thing, right? The metaphor. So it enables you to say things like, well, the regulations are about safety, because they are. But really what they're about, really what they're about. All right. 1 second. One sec. I want to see if I'm going to be able to get to the right section on this one. Because metaphor is very complex, and I don't really feel like getting into like general signification as a thing. Sorry, I know it's boring, but this is just... Yeah, this is going to be the paragraph I want to do, I think. All right, we are taking a small detour. And not that, the other book I have here. That's okay. I have more than a few up right now. This one's going to be the one. Boop, 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 boop. There. Can even zoom in slightly. Nope, not that much. Thank you. That's fine. I'm not going to go through who Andre Green is, but what we're talking about here with metaphor and how metaphor operates, this is one of the better parts of it, because their critique of psychoanalysis as a thing, it's not just psychoanalysis, but we'll start with psychoanalysis, is that psychoanalysis plays with metaphoric structural relations. So we can say, for example, that the structure of an office is similar to a structure of a family. It's not at all in any way. You can, oh, the boss is kind of like the dad, and we have our office mom who's like the lady who's like super nice in HR. Like that, you can do that, but they're not the fucking same. They don't work the same. They don't have the same power relations. They don't operate the same in any functional, meaningful way. But metaphor, because of how it operates in here, conditions us to see similarities. So yes, Estelle, so companies can go, hey, we're like a family here. I'm like a boss. I'm like your dad. I'm here to support you and grow, and you're here to do chores and work, and you know, we're going to make sure that you're taken care of. We have our group mom. Everyone calls her mom. She comes around. She's got cake on your birthday. She's like the mom. All that shit. So we can see how it's similar, but it's not. But metaphor allows it to be similar. There's a lot of problems with metaphor, and I don't like it as a thing. But more and more, I'm bending to the idea that metaphor is a thing that actually can be played with and that can be controlled. These tend to be how I think of things. So let's just begin with Andre Green, who I'm not going to explain, but you can just infer kind of what he wrote about. When Andre Green looks for the reasons that establish the affinity of psychoanalysis with the theatrical and structural representation it makes visible, he offers two that are especially striking. The theater raises the familial relation to the condition of a universal metaphoric structural relation, whence the imaginary place and interplay of person derives. Inversely, the theater forces the play and the working of machines into the wings, behind a limit that has become impassable. Exactly as in fantasy, the machines are there, but behind the wall. In short, the displaced limit no longer passes between an objective representation and desiring production, But between the poles of subjective representation, as the infinite imaginary representation, and as finite structural representation. Thereafter, it is possible to oppose these two aspects to each other, the imaginary variations that tend towards the night of the indeterminate or the non-differentiated, the symbolic invariant that traces the path of the differentiations. The same thing is found all over, following the rule of inverse relation or double bind. All of production is conducted into the double impasse of subjective representation. Oedipus can always be consigned to the imaginary, but no matter. It'll be encountered again stronger, more whole, more lacking and triumphant by the very fact that it is lacking. It will be encountered again in its entirety in symbolic castration. And it's a sure thing that structure affords us no meaning for escaping familialism. On the contrary, it adds another turn. It attributes a universal metaphoric value to the family at the very moment it has lost its objective literal values. Psychoanalysis makes its ambition clear: to relieve the waning family, to replace the broken down familial bed with the psychoanalyst's couch, to make it so that the analytic situation is incestuous in its essence, so that its own proof or voucher is on par with reality. A lot of fun language. Join our anti-oedipus reading every Tuesday. We love it. And we're actually almost at this page. So that's the fun part. I got to kind of do that. Very specifically, they use a lot of complex language. Very simple version of it, though, is at the end there, because they're saying we're in a weird place. Society throughout history has very much determined us due to procreation. To say another way, the ability to procreate, or how we procreate, has been necessary for human survival and the survival of groups. Who has kids with whom, how you have those kids, how you set those things up. It's brutal how important this is. Uncontacted tribes, it's literally how you survive. If a family, as we would call it, if a genetic group that shrinks because they decide not to marry outside of that group, they eventually die off. Gone. So making people is how you make relations. You make alliances by my daughter marrying your son. They have a kid, it seals the group together. Great. The despotic side of things, procreation is literally the backbone of how sort of power is passed. It's important to the entire system. Progeny is what production is built on. It's not really true anymore. It's really not true at all, anywhere at all. In fact, the number of people, this is why the birth rate's going down. We don't need to. We don't really need to make more people. People made more people when most people died. That's how it goes. When most people don't die, you don't need to make as many people. And when kind of things are fine and you live for like 70 to 80 years, you don't need 30 fucking descendants by the time that happens. 50, 100 descendants. Imagine if I had 8 kids by the time I was 20. Like, what the fuck? We don't do that anymore. And then each of them by the time they're 20, and then each of them, I'd have my own tribe of people because everyone would survive. That's not the way it works. Everyone survives now, so we have 1.5 to 2 kids. I had 2 kids. I'm on the fucking high side of things. People just don't need to. We're divorced from procreation. It's not necessary for us anymore. So how do we make sure that the family stays important? Because that structure, the structure of things, how does it stay alive in us? How does it find a way? How does that conditioning stay alive in us? Well, they call it the psychoanalyst. It's a larger commentary for them. This is what they're talking about. This is what they're talking about. The value of the family at the moment it's lost its objective literal values. There's no objective value to the family. There isn't. Except for the ability for us to sort of know that the family does this, and it can be metaphorical for everything, and it can repress, and it can do this. This is the setup we're doing. And this puts us in a really fucked up place because we can see belief replicated everywhere because of metaphor. We can believe a thing and see it everywhere. Family is the easiest one. You see it, it's in TV shows, it's everywhere, it's in your life. you make a new girlfriend or boyfriend, or you meet a kid and you're like, hey, family's who you choose. You're my family. We're family. Here's family, 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 family. And you see your structure recreated everywhere, from corporate boardrooms to corporate offices to fast food chains to days at the park. Like, family does all of it. Family is all of it. In our final analysis, that is indeed what is at issue. As Octave Mononi shows, how can belief continue after repudiation? How can we, continue to be pious? Pious here meaning believers in this. We have repudiated and lost all our beliefs that proceeded by way of objective representations. The earth is dead, the desert growing. The old father is dead, the territorial father, and the son too, the despot Oedipus. We are alone with our bad conscience and our boredom. Our life where nothing happens. Nothing left but images that revolve within the infinite subjective representation. We will muster all our strength so as to believe in these images from the depths of a structure that governs our relationships with them and our identifications as so many effects of a symbolic signifier. The good identification. We are all Archie Bunker at the theater, shouting out before Oedipus, "There's my kind of guy, that's my kind of guy." Everything, the myth of the earth, the tragedy of the despot, is taken up again as shadows projected on a stage. The great territorialities have fallen into ruin, but the structure proceeds with all the subjective and private reterritorializations. I'm sorry for that. What a perverse operation psychoanalysis is, where this neo-idealism, this rehabilitated cult of castration, this ideology of lack culminates. The anthropomorphic representation of sex. In truth, they don't know what they're doing, nor what mechanism of repression they're fostering, for their intentions are often progressive. But no one today can enter an analyst consulting room without at least being aware that everything has been played out in advance. Oedipus, castration, and imaginary symbolic, the great lesson of inadequacy of being or dispossession. Psychoanalysis as a gadget, Oedipus as reterritorialization, a retimbering of the modern man on the rock of castration. Such beautiful writing. So good, so good, so good. The Archie Bunker bit, like literally what we're doing here and what we're seeing, that's my kind of guy. Archie Bunker, if you don't know, you should. Archie Bunker was a wonderful, wonderful TV show called All in the Family that was originally created to be, Kaizen, thank you for the $10. I'm still about 20 minutes behind the live feed. I wanted to say I'm really appreciating the stream today and I'm getting a lot out of it. I am glad you're getting a lot of it, and thank you for the $10. It means a great deal. Really does. When we talk and we see things, that's my kind of guy. What the fuck? Archie Bunker and All in the Family was about Archie Bunker living in a time where those old codes are gone. The times have passed. Genuinely, by the way, some of the more progressive, especially for the time, but even today a little bit on transness, on cross-dressing, on homosexuality, on AIDS, on sex, on race, incredibly progressive messages and really incredible stuff. The guy behind it, wonderful. Matt Bauman, who I think I recommend every time. I'm just going to go ahead and, because I have to, we're just going to go ahead and, because I have to, 1 second. We're just going to switch back to the Hadoop here, because Matt Baum has a phenomenal series, but specifically I'm going to share the video on the Archie the Bunker. It's probably one of his top videos. It has to be. There. The story of All in the Family. Oh my God. All of them are so good. He does sort of queer history in television, which is really fun. I think it's really fun. It's one of my favorite things because it's like, we don't talk about sort of the experience in general of minorities as TV was growing, because the last 100 years are no slouch. It's very, very confusing, but Archie's a classic, and there's Matt. And if you do leave a comment, tell them Quarantine Collective says hello. But it's incredible. It's an hour-long video, by the way. Be ready. But he does a bunch of videos on him in general, and there's some incredible stuff about, again, he does a great thing. But Archie's specific is focused around him being the old school. And there's multiple points where he's like, that's a man. That's a man. I'm a man's man. That's my kind of man. That kind of shit. And the thing is, he's seeing it from that structure because he's treating all of it as that's my kind of man. That wrapping can ensconce anything. That's how it works. That's how it operates. It doesn't, Ms. I'm going to steal your line. Metaphor works when it invokes an understanding of the mechanism at play, but not likened aspects and terms. Don't you think it's like that? And it's aware. You're almost aware of the parts at play, but you step around it. Metaphor allows that in a really extraordinary way. And there's a lot of really good work on this. I wrote a piece on this a while ago on riddles, because riddles are sort of the first step children take to learning and understanding metaphor, and it's abusive to tell kids riddles. Enjoy that. I believe it's abusive to tell kids riddles. But the way that these things work is by creating the metaphorical lanes that someone can have the conversation in, if that makes sense. So it's painful. It's a painful thing. It's outright painful. So how do we have this conversation? Well, now we've got a bunch of stuff. We've got the dominant framing here. This is step one. Okay? This is step one. So generally speaking, we've got a bunch of just specific lines here. If riddles are abusive, meant to test torture, specifically riddles, and they're really fascinating this way, is riddles don't have thinkable solutions. That's not how they work. Instead, riddles are almost like playing with a cipher with a child, where you're saying, like a spy movie, you sit down on a bench, oh yes, the Roadrunner flies at midnight. And they go, oh, but I hear summer in Moscow is lovely. Oh yes, that's the response, it's action response. Riddles are that. They're teaching kids that there is a right answer that can't be thought of that you must know beforehand. They presume preloaded understanding. And that preloaded understanding, as any of us who were children who heard a riddle, you feel superiority because you're part of a club. And then when you go to tell other people and they don't know it, you get to be the one to share it. That's why kids get furious when you do know an answer. You need to act stupid. You need to act stupid. You need to act stupid. When a kid comes up to you, why did the chicken cross the road if you go to get the other side? They will be mad because to them, they are in a club letting you into a club. That thing is what a riddle is. It's a secondary meaning that's not the thing. Why did the chicken cross the road is not a solvable question. It's a shut up and here's an answer question, which teaches kids from the base ground up how knowledge works. Don't do that. Don't do that. Riddles aren't fun and they're not cute. There's a few great books. Untying the Knot is a fantastic book on riddles and how they're basically used commonly in cultures to inculcate children. They actually have a history of this. It's an incredible book that sort of goes through all of it and how children are inculcated over time and how riddles are used to basically teach a kid the boundaries of things. And it's really horrifying. It's horrifying because it does a framing. So when we talk about framing, these are the languages we saw, these top bits. Now, the important thing for us to pull out of here very specifically is we need to be tracking recurring metaphors that are happening in discourse. Okay. So examples of this, and we're going to go ahead and move a couple things down here, change the color of this one. We'll make it, we'll go orange on this guy. And we're going to set up the visual in this. I think I want to set it up to be a little bit different because I want to have it so it's two of these and then visually we'll go with an arrow between them. Yeah, I think this could be the way to think of it. And we want the middle to be that, and then boom. So when we talk about the metaphor, we want to talk about the one side of what they're saying or what was said, and then the metaphor of what they're switching it to. And we can actually see this a lot. So for example, an Ohio pastor wanted to help the government stopping religious practices. These are metaphorical. This is not actually what's happening. It's a metaphor for what's happening. So on the one side, for example, what's happening is the government is enforcing safety code. Exciting, right? I mean, it's not exciting. That was a joke. I was fucking being sarcastic. Obviously, it's not fucking exciting. That's fine. But what happens is it comes out the other side. I wonder if I can fix that. Nope. Okay. It comes out the other side where the government is stopping religion. That's the meta. This is what a metaphor is, by the way. This is how metaphor works. So the government is stopping religious practices. Because it's true. They are stopping religious practices. But they're not stopping religious practices, right? They're enforcing safety codes. The side effect of this is that it stops a religious practice. But you could just as much say that the government is stopping the door opening on that specific building, or the government wants no lights on in that building, or whatever it may be. The government wants it vacant. The government wants only one person in the building. Like, all of these are true, but they're not the thing. They're actually not it. So we have metaphors as shifting this. If you have one, start typing them up, send them in here. Please fire them off, because this is the thing we have to do, is basically figure out metaphors as they're playing. I'm going to go through a couple that I know because it's incredible phrasing. Because this is that same kind of thing. Is instead of prosecuting a pastor in an effort to drive his congregation from her sight, this would be the metaphor. They're driving it from her sight. That's the setup. So we're going to do a thing I like doing, which is boom. And I'm going to go ahead and change the default for this to a gray. No. The fuck? Why are you still? Oh, because you're selected. Good. All right. I wonder if I can just have it default. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Here, and then can I not do a second arrow? I'm sure I can. Yep. Good. This is the thing that they're playing on over and over and over. It's so fucking annoying. So fucking annoying. Yeah, I'm going to say it's also this guy. Yeah, it's the same thing again. This is the thing. This is the thing they're equating, is that safety code is the same as oppression directed directly about religion. Because even though it's a side effect, it doesn't matter to them. That's the metaphor they're playing with, because they want people to be playing in this direction. All right, let's do another one. I think that they're better not see any like or ass. Good thing you weren't in here earlier, Glow. It was bad. I think one of the things that's happening is they're also transfixing or shifting. I need a thought on this, because to me this is metaphorical, but in my head I'm fighting it a little bit. This is all new, so I have no idea what I'm doing. So don't even listen to me, generally speaking. Did you hear the phrase driving from their sight? Yes. Because they're saying, instead of prosecuting a pastor in an effort to drive his congregation from her sight, the mayor should be supporting a church. That's what they're saying, is that they're driving the congregation away, out of her sight. And again, this is the other thing that I think that they're doing, that this is actually, as far as these things go, I'm trying to figure out the wording for it, but this is non-specific. right? Do you know what I'm saying when I say that? It's non-specific. This isn't them like, oh, we made a law for this church, or that the governor hates this person. It's a non-specific, almost non-local event. This isn't particular. That's a phrase I would, it's general event of state or of natural, what's the phrase for it? There's a legal phrase for it. There's a legal phrase for it. God damn it. Joshua 25, dude. So insomnia, that's the challenge we have. That's the challenge we have. Is that if we react to them and respond in the way that they've set it up, we fail. So that's why we have this. For those of you joining, and I'm going to probably have to go to the bathroom again in a minute. The goal for this is to actually come up with a new framework for us to consider and look at propagandist articles, break them down according to a handful of good theory and some cognitive psych that we've got from Lakoff, and using that, build out a reframing that allows us to sidestep it. The first step in this is basically finding the dominant narrative and playing with the current frame of analysis. So the first is we track metaphors in public discourse. I have down that we need to identify emotional trigger words, which we're going to do in a minute. We need to find passive voice verbiage, which there is in here, and document unstated assumptions and map binary oppositions that are presented. We've got media documentation in there about how mainstream media is presenting the issue. We're skipping social media on this because I don't care in this one. We went through the opinion leader and the language choices. I have a lot written for this. And then noting which aspects get amplified by other press, which we've done. Then we've got the hidden mechanics of it. We need to figure out who coined key phrases. We can start tracking that in a little bit. We did track the funding behind the message promotion. We've got maybe more work to be done there. We need to document the institutional support structures. We did. We've got all of them set up. We know how these things ultimately all come back to, again, the fucking Heritage Foundation and the Federalist Society. Yes, June, what's up? The salience of the publicity. I don't know. I don't know what that means. You're going to have to restate that. Sorry. The last is that we need to map sort of existing policy frameworks and how they play into each other, because the existing policy frameworks are what they're fighting with. These are not done. People do not spend $28 million a year on one law firm, let alone multiples, to fight a single code in one part of one city in one county. How prominent is the article in circulation news? Oh, it was everywhere. Like this whenever it was a USA Today front page. I found Fox News. It's been all over Fox News and MSNBC and CNN. This is big. So that the article we found was probably the one that used the most general things. And it was wild. It was wild. So we're kind of, the goal for this is to kind of do a rough run. And then anyone who wants to take part, join the Discord, say hi to me, and I'll start inviting you to the Miro board. And the goal is to put a ton of time into like actually documenting out all we can to see if this framework works and how we can adjust it and how we can fuck with it and how we can add a little bit to it. So this is because we're still only in quadrant 1. But that's the last bit is the one that matters for the next bit, because as we start tracking all these bits in the news, the stakeholders and all that, then we move into doing stakeholders, which is really about the dynamics of it, financial beneficiaries of everything, how they come together, information gatekeepers, who controls them, look at resource allocations and all of that. Looking at narrative and how it's built, we actually kind of can do that right now pretty well. And what experts are cited, it's the same single group of these 3 law firms, which is a big deal. Looking at who those law firms are, like this is the setup that lets us understand that. The third part, the universal values. Look at the expressed priorities that are in place, map the emotional resonance of them flatly. That's why I have emojis here. Note cross-cultural issues. This is directed in a very particular way to a certain group. People outside of the country may not even understand half of the shit we're talking about or know why it matters. That's fine. I don't care. You don't care. The goal is to actually find those issues in cross-cultural things where you're like, I don't get that. Because then we can, if it's cross-cultural, kill it. This is the point, is finding universalist messaging. Finding the moral foundations in all of this. Majority Report does this very well, but not in this way. Sam's actually very good. He does a very particular thing that I like, which is, because I do the same thing, is he goes with whoever he's talking to. He joins them, and he like just lets them state their thing, and he states it to the strongest. He steelmans the fuck out of his opponent and then shows the absurdity of the position. He satirizes. He's a comedian. That's what he does. It's brilliant. He's good at that. So this is not far from that, because where we're going to end up is a satirical response that's actually not funny. That's the point. So we find common ground, identify shared concerns, map universal experiences, note shared frustrations, and document goals, and then connect with a cultural narrative, linking to historical precedents, and map religious values to this. And then the new frame construction. Like, there's a process. I want to try to do all of it and see how much I've really overthought all of this. Absolutely, without a doubt. But it's kind of important as we go. So, let's get a couple more of the metaphors in there, because I think that's the stuff that really matters at this point, is kind of hitting a couple more of these. So this is like non-specific, because that's what they're doing, is they want to make it seem like, well, because it's kind of both things, because they're acting as though it is a global, total, absolute universal of what they're dealing with, but it's in this particular event against the grain. And so they've got like this sort of flip where they're like, the law is targeting this guy. It's not. The law is the law, and they've kind of, but they're everything they can to make this one guy seem like they're just fighting the little man. Actually, that's probably the better way to put it, is their positioning of the pastor as the little man versus big man. Because they have another line in here that I really, really liked. Let's see, that line, it was about the not your elitist church. This wasn't your elitist church. So positioning the pastor as the little man, that this is the elites coming for him, all of that. But that's not the metaphor. That's just something they're doing. What's the metaphor? What's another metaphor they're playing with? I'm gonna think about it. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back in just a second. Sorry, everyone. right. So, I'm going to send out a share to. First, I'm going to lock everything, and then create a way for me to share this with everyone. I'm going to make it so. Share the board. And do limited and private boards. Oh, God damn it. Is this going to be a thing? Give me a second. I have to look at this stupid crap. Fine, we'll do it this way. Gotta make sure I'm not sharing all my shit on screen right now. Come on. Yay, let's go. Come on. Just fucking come on. Fuck off. Oh my God. All right. So, for those of you who are already annoying me in the chat, we are going to set up a wonderful way to share the board. Anyone with the link can edit. All right. I'm going to toss that in the... All right. It'll be in stream notes. We'll see if I can trust you fucking people with this. We'll see if I can trust you people with this shit. We'll find out. I'm reading, Lily. I know. And we will set it up. So here's how it works. Okay. If you don't know how to use Miro, okay, just go deeply, deeply, deeply into this main area where I am. We'll show you the screen a little bit. Miro is essentially an infinite board, as it's called. Don't delete anything. If I see people deleting random things, because I've saved a copy of this, I'm just going to not share this with everyone. So don't be dicks. Don't be dicks. I expect a lot more out of my audience. But you are absolutely free to grab a thing, copy and paste a thing, move it around, edit, fix things as you see fit. Do what you need to. If you don't know how to use Miro, learn how to use it, but it's basically this. Select, it's easy, click, shift, click, Control D duplicates, and then we can start working on a handful of things. In the dominant framing, the focus here is simple. Dominant framing is mostly at this point actually looking for, because we did media expression, all that stuff, terminology changing, and that's basically about it. We're breaking down everything that's happening in this. Okay? So feel free, dig in the articles, dig everything else, do your thing. It's easy. If you're on mobile, there's a Miro app on mobile. Have fun. But the dominant framing is metaphor. And I think the first metaphor we're going to have here is bureaucrats, which they are. Bureaucrats are Stalin. The phrasing, I know I need to do better than that. But these are bureaucrats. The mayor's a bureaucrat. This is not someone who's like an actual king or fiefdom or in control of shit, right? You made the mistake of logging in with Google. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, that's fine. That's fine. If you don't want to see your name on screen, I'm sorry. Like, I can hide you. I think I can hide people. There, I've turned everyone's cursors off. You're fine. Just don't be dicks. They're bureaucrats. But acting like these people have some sort of weird power is what's happening here. This is They're bureaucrats. They're not in charge. The mayor's not in charge. Not the way that Trump believes the president is. President really isn't that either. But a bureaucrat isn't in charge. But they're acting like they're dictators. Like they're little mini dictators. That's probably a closer thing. Bureaucrat is a dictator. That's the thing they're equating here. And they do it a lot. There's a local government attacking the pastor. The phrasing, and I loved this phrasing this guy wrote. The police stopped bringing people. Instead, City Hall sent fire inspectors, zoning inspectors, building code inspectors, all the petty tools it has to express its displeasure with an unfavored members of the community. This is pretending a bureaucrat is a dictator. Metaphor. This is a metaphor they're playing with, but it speaks to something, and that's going to be the sort of thing we're going to be doing in a second. It speaks to something. It really does. I think another one that they're getting at is, careful everyone, whoever's doing that. Let me, one sec. I'm just going to lock a couple parts of this. That way people don't fuck with it. There. There. So the other thing that they're playing with, so we've got government enforcing a safety code is stopping religious practices. It's metaphor. It's not what they're doing. It's not the thing, but it is playing with the stuff at play. Bureaucrats are dictators playing with the stuff at play. The other elements, let's see. I'll let that person just keep typing, and I'm going to steal this one. Nope. Put another one in here. And this is the thing I think that infuriates the most for me, is they're equating the pastor with his flock. Right? The pastor is being confused with his flock. And this is a big deal. Because the pastor is the one being attacked. He's the one that the bureaucrats are going after. He's the one being fined and the one who's not in compliance. They're not going after the people who need the shelter. In effect, they kind of are. But again, this is the framing that's there. Right? This is the thing. So when they say things like, they should be caring for the least amongst us. Pastors in America should not be found guilty of providing shelters for those in need. They're conflating the pastor with his flock. They're making a metaphor here where the pastor and the flock are the same. Because otherwise it's business owner, by the way. Business owner refuses. Yeah, that doesn't work, does it? Business owner refuses to abide fire code. Customers, which they fucking are, customers at risk. That's how they're playing with it. So that's an important one, I think. Yeah, the suffering of his flock. Actually, this is, I'm going to even take this. I'm going to make this another step. It's the expenses of the pastor and are equated and metaphorical to the suffering of the flock. Right? Because that's what it is. This is, hey, spend like $1,500 and get that stuff fixed, and also a door. So it's that. But there's another layer here. I'm actually going to continue fucking with this because it's also being seen as putting his flock in danger is seen as caring for them, which is fucking wild. Ghostbusters. It's pre-existing frames. We're going to actually, yeah, it's Ghostbusters narrative as a thing is the libertarian play. And it's fun, but it's again, that's actually not a bad version of that. So let's see, the expenses of the pastor and the suffering are the suffering of his flock. Yeah, I'm actually just going to shrink those up, and I'm just going to duplicate this because this is actually, nope, fuck off. I'm not making a quick diagram. Yeah. There's that. And then let's get the last arrow in the right place. Boom. Okay. Pastor having to pay money is his flock suffering. Oh, when you say it like that, it just is insane. But that's what they're conflating. Because just make the change. Just fucking make the change, buddy. Just stop having, have a door that people can leave in case there's a fire. And we'll go through this because I think it's important to actually go through. And we have the press release of the police, which is incredible, which goes through all of the different offenses and how it's zoned and how it's set up and all the different things, violations. Prohibits the change of use unless the structure is made up to comply with requirements of fire code and building code. Yeah, so the city approved his use for this, but you have to make changes when you do that. Again, this is commercial developers want these laws changed because they want to go in and change the zoning to completely shift what these things are. But they don't want to actually have to fix the properties to be compliant. Why isn't that a metonymy? Oh God. It is. I think it might be. It might be. One sec. I'm actually going to start putting these in to a new doc so I can save this because I really like the wording in some of this. Actually, this article is less important. I actually think the best wording was in that other one that was insane. That fucking dude. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? No. Did I close it? I can't. I did. I am a terrible person. There it is. Protecting the church from the state. All right, I'm just going to take all of this and put it in a doc so that way I have it because I have a feeling I'm going to be referencing this a fuck ton. All right. So, yeah. So let's start. Okay. Pastor having to pay money is his flock suffering. It's a loss of capital, the having to spend it, the whatever. Again, this is that doing good is success thing. And it's, again, a few of the things they've been talking about. A big metaphor that they're playing with is, and they did it because I'm copying over the thing, that last little bit where he talks about Jefferson's metaphor of the protective wall of church and state, which there isn't one. It's clearly a metaphor. But using that as a thing and then saying, well, then it's a bulwark against the state. It's like it's a wall against the state is the idea that they use. But again, they're carrying through that metaphor. They're in that separation of church and state metaphor that Jefferson used. I'm going to go real specific now. I'm going to go weird on this one. Because I think there's little ones that I really like. So in the article and everywhere else, they use the word storefront. this is the kind of metaphor I think Lakoff is more talking about. I think the other things might be, we're going to go through this again. This is interesting, but storefront, it implies an openness to the public. It implies that it's accessible. It's using a term, church as a thing isn't accessible. If you didn't know. So even though the idea is like church is a sanctuary or whatever, if you've watched Highlander, or like how the Sikhs allow you to go always. If you don't know, go find a fucking Sikh place of worship and get a good meal if you need one. Literally anywhere in the world. They don't care. Just be cool to them, be nice, obey their shit. And that's pretty good. They've got some like really tasty shit that they've always got ready to go, and they're just the nicest fucking people. But that's like accessible, but most people don't feel comfortable going in a house of worship. That's not a thing. Storefront is something that I think everyone feels comfortable going into. I don't think storefront means for everybody. It's a free laissez-faire term. He's using a very particular term here that has all of that shit linked to it. In this other thing, he also talks about the concrete floors, which is really interesting because that's not the first thing that jumped out at the photos for me. I don't know if you guys, like, we looked at the, because he had the article. We saw the article, and where is it? Yeah, these fucking people.
I'm here in Bryan, Ohio today, where it is currently 5 degrees and in the negatives with the wind chill. Despite that, a court has just found Pastor Chris guilty of criminally violating the fire code.
Because they've been working with him for a year and a half to try to fix it. Doing big good there, buddy. Exactly. For over a year, the city's been aggressively attacking. See, this is the phrasing, attacking the church. This is when we start talking about metaphor. I think this is more what Lakoff's talking about, is the way that this shit's framed. The use of concrete floors speaks to a poverty and a foundation, strength. There's a lot of shit that comes with the imagery of that I think is pretty incredible. But it's like, it's really odd. Like, again, storefront, they talk about the front room that faces the street, this openness. But again, it's not open. That's not the thing. He's actually, again, he put signs in his windows to like push off BLM people. He's not this guy. And I'm going to be spending a little bit more time for in Pastor Chris's world, because we've got a whole bunch of stuff on him that I need to go through. But like, because people have had a lot of deals with him. But it's a whole thing. These evangelical churches in Ohio are just ruthless. Things like this. Oh my God. Yeah. If you haven't been through Toledo, it's a complex racial place, I think would be the way to put it at this point. Like, concrete floors is interesting. They're constantly talking about the temperature. You saw it in the report there. The guy in the other report and everyone else, they've always mentioned how cold it is. Because this is kind of, they're playing with, like, it's concrete floors, which is like the least a person can have. People are sleeping on concrete floors. I mean, I don't think so. That we didn't see sleeping. I've got to go. We're going to go back to YouTube. We're going to go back and we're going to look at Chris. I want a church. I want to go through it.
We always have, listen, all night we play the Bible over the speakers, but we decided, hey, I'll be here and we'll do it more live, so to speak.
Yeah.
And it was a wonderful night. You know, it always is. And people.
I don't buy this. I have so many questions right now. Dad's place. Toledo, Bryan, Ohio. This can't be it. Taco Tuesday? I don't think so. What the fuck? That can't be right. This is what it says, though. I'm so confused. That's the main street. Dad's place is ostensibly down there somewhere. I'm so lost. All right, let's go back out. Dad's place is here. Look at the satellite imaging. This is actually a homeless shelter. There's Dad's Place Church right here. But I can't. So it's in the back of the taco place. And this has to be where they're having that thing. So we should be able to see something from over here. Let's go take a look. Can we get on this side? We should be able to see something from over here. Yeah, that's it. That's the place. This is not a welcoming storefront. And also, the banner's not up. Notice that as a thing. Let's see if we go a little further. Does the banner show up if we go a little bit down the street because of different timing? No. So it is the back entrance to this place. On the other side, in the parking lot. Dad's place, a dude named Bryan, Ohio. It all sounds made up. It does sound made up. It's not. America has a lot of silly places with names like that. But this is a far cry from like this. And there's a reason, again, how are they holding the angles? How are they shooting it? I am stalking someone, QWQ.
People were tired. It was tough. But again, we're the Church of Christ, and we stand together and love one another.
Find that church. And that's where we ate dinner. That General Yost would be able to join with us and join this fight for this little ministry. It's just, someone of great prominence in the state. He takes an interest in the folks here who need their help.
Okay. These are all First Liberty, First Liberty, First Liberty. Look at this shit. All right, let's look inside.
Just half a block from the courthouse.
If anyone here has anyone here worked with the unhoused? If you had worked in a soup kitchen, worked in a food bank, I haven't worked in a shelter. I've done the others at various times. And this is awful depressing to me. They're giving a place to a handful of people, for sure.
If the name sounds like a sports bar, well,
We want people when they walk in to feel like, hey, this is something I'm already comfortable with. You know, many of the people we reach, just being honest, have spent more time in a bar than they have in a church.
Chris Savell is the pastor. Not that long ago, a church is the last place you would have found him.
So I was an in-your-faithist, which is some guy who's going to...
This doesn't look like a place that the unhoused live in meaningfully. And I mean that. Like, I actually don't... Something's weird here.
seek out Christians, right, and try and destroy their faith.
But God turned his life around. Out of gratitude, Chris and his wife felt called to reach people who were hurting the most.
I was alone for a long time after my husband died, and we lost our house because I didn't have it. I was living on $365 a month.
If you weren't able to stay here in the evenings, where would you go?
Probably in the car until we can find some place.
Dad's.
They're not sleeping there. The phrasing is very specific in how he even says it there. He asks the question, you got to watch these poor people. When you use people like this as props, it immediately stops other people from being critical in any way. Because you have people who immediately jump on the victim blaming bandwagon. Might be related to another stream many of you may have seen earlier, another thing going on in the drama space. Because ultimately, what people care about is feeling good. And they feel gross because they're emotionally attached to victims, because they see themselves as one, because they have compassion. They should. That's fantastic. You should have compassion. But the victim of a thing, victim of society here, we're not critiquing them. We're not going after them. Shutting down this place so they don't have a place to go in the evening is sad. But they're being predated on necessarily by these motherfuckers. And the system at large is predating on them. This is not
$55 a month.
If you weren't able
the way they say in the evenings here.
to stay here in the evenings, where would
that's not how the word is used.
you go?
He'd be in the car. He's like, I'll be in the car until I can find a place, and otherwise we go in the car, we sleep in the car overnight.
Probably in the car until we can find some place.
Dad's place has saved my life. Without
Dad's
coming
place to
here,
save my life. Absolutely.
I wouldn't be standing here today. I can attest to that for sure.
And that's why the church made the decision to keep the doors open all day and all night.
We're not a homeless shelter. We're a church. I mean, this is what we believe. Our beliefs are this is a core function of the church. And we certainly understand not every church is equipped to stay open 24 hours, right? But God has equipped us, and therefore he's called us.
I can attest to that for sure.
But he didn't equip you. You don't have a kitchen. You don't have a way to cook for people. You clearly don't have places to sleep.
And that's why the church made the decision to keep
Still
the
haven't seen
doors
anything
open
that's a bad.
all day.
Church is equipped.
On a Sunday morning, a police officer appeared and hit Chris with 18 criminal charges. His crime?
This is an alley. This is off of an alley.
Caring for people in need. First Liberty came alongside to represent him at his arraignment and to help him share his story with America.
Yeah, they have lots of expensive cameras.
This is what God did for me. I was spiritually homeless, and he provided a home for me.
Dad's place feels called to be open 24 hours a day and to care for the least of these in their community. And that's exactly what it's doing, and that is fully protected by the U.S. Constitution.
Except it's not. First Liberty, First Liberty. I just want to see, like, is there not like a candid video of someone doing a tour of it? You'd feel like there would be one. Because I still don't see where people are sleeping. And how it's framed. Here's AP. Pastor in Ohio City fight over 24/7 homeless ministry. That's not what the fight is. That's not what the fight is. You're allowed to have a 24/7 ministry. In fact, if you were to make a handful of changes, they wouldn't give a shit at all. And those changes are just to keep people safe in there. Because, I mean, fuck. Last City Humanist, Brian Faster. Okay, keep going. I just want to see the inside of this.
Last month, the church pastor at
with zoning violations after
it seems,
and now it turned into something a lot bigger than what it was.
Cooking a hot meal for the community is twofold. The meal's creating unity and lifting spirits, while raising money to go directly to Dad's Place Church and further Abel's mission.
I've been here for 4 years, and I definitely have appreciated the sense of community here, but also in the church as well, the body of Christ coming together for a cause.
See, am I wrong that they kind of framed that he's been living there 4 years? But cooking a hot meal, there's no way. Is that what they're doing?
And I just want to be able to worship my God.
It seems other ministries in Bryan agree with him. Bryan First Assembly of God took one step further and hosted a fundraiser for Dad's Place.
Son of a bitch, Mark. Oh, good catch. This is not what they feed people. They don't have a kitchen. They don't feed anyone. Yes, Mark, correct. They don't feed anyone. They've said that before. I didn't even catch that shit, man. God, good catch.
Church.
I heard everything going on with Dad's Place, and me and my family just wanted to help in some way, and it started out as a little meal, and now it turned into something a lot bigger than what it was.
Metaphor. What he's describing is, hey, we offered that we would cook a meal for everybody and help. And they said, well, why don't we do a fundraiser? So now we're doing a big thing, and that's why I'm here. But now it sounds like it sounds like it's for a different cause. It's completely able to shift meaning.
Cooking a hot meal for the community is twofold.
It's not for the community. It's a fundraiser.
Meals creating unity and lifting spirits, while raising money to go directly to Dad's Place Church and further Abel's mission.
Fuck.
I've been here for 4 years, and I definitely have appreciated the sense of.
These are the doors that do not go outside. There's an exit door. Apparently, that gets barred, and that's one of the things he's fined for.
Community here, but also in the church as well. The body of Christ coming together for a cause.
Despite the current legal actions, Abel says he wants to continue helping the homeless and for the people
they're doing in this community.
I like what the pastor there is doing, helping people who are in need. I've been wanting to help people my entire life, and that's kind of our job, you know what I mean?
Well, that's the thing, Secret Agent says, but Brooks, it's for the community of Christ. Yes, technically. Metaphorically, it's for whoever it is. So when you talk about the metaphor of it, this is the thing. I'm with this guy. As a Christian, as a person, people should have fucking hot meals. People should have a place to sleep. I like that people want to help people. That's not what's happening here.
As Christians.
It seems Abel's work is creating a safe space for everyone.
It brings our community closer together. It lets people know that they're not alone, and that not only do we have them behind their back, they've got God walking with them too.
I'm fascinated by it because right next door is this. A fully kitted out, fully done, place to pray, open for anyone to pray, sanctuary. These are people who don't have a ministry. Pastor Sam Sabin was best suited to handle the administration, day-to-day activities. We shared good news with 20. This is a Christian ministry homeless shelter. This is the work. I hate to say that, as this is the work. This is the thing that makes people's lives better. 83 new families have gone through and lived there since 2023. They're raising money. They're setting up. The sanctuary hours are here, and they're closed Friday and Saturday. People live there. They're technically open 24 hours a day. I am not seeing barriers to entry here, except for the normal. I'm going to say there's the normal ones. Raising good money. They're doing their thing. Good for them. Any donations? They need donations. All that good stuff. Money's always good. Money always helps. Volunteering. Let's take a look then. Let's go see. Sanctuary homeless shelter. I don't see any other info on them. This is just their limited thing. Let's see, news. There we go. Newsletter helps us finish the basement. Facebook. Thank you so much, Louis Bechtel from Brian Times, for covering our story. Amazing thing God has done in our basement. They helped build out an entire thing in the basement, bunch of people. I wonder if they did to code. Oh, they did. That's right. Because we looked this up earlier. We had this conversation before. We had a long conversation about this before. So here's what the inside of this place looks like. First off, carpeting. Yay for them. Oh, they've got a little... This is a kitchen. You need one of these. You need one of these. You need a kitchen. Yes, it's actually a storefront. This is... There you go. There you go. And they've got... Oh, look at that. Someone brought in a brisket. Good for them. Ooh, and someone smoked a brisket for them. Good for them. These are kids. Meet Polly and her brother. This young lady raised money for the homeless shelter by selling bracelets. This encouraging to the acts of kindness. By the way, this is what you see in a homeless shelter and an unhoused shelter. Behind them, not the kids. Although you do see too many fucking children there. Thank you, June, for the 5 memberships. It goes to Ali, Govan, Lisa, Jack, O'Lantern, and Michael Veloff. Thank you all. See these notices? See the magazines? See shit no one really cares about? Magazines and this other dumb shit and other... This is what it actually looks like because people have to be there. See, when you're unhoused, you don't have places to go. Right? You're like there. You're bored out of your fucking skull. And so it's not just like a handful of sermons on the wall and some clean tables. That's not what it is. This is the kind of food you do end up serving. This is actually what it looks like when you serve big things. There's people bringing good stuff. It's very nice. I'm very curious to see the TP. So there you go. Paper towels. See, this is what they're excited about. Shitty old vacuums that they're able to get from people. There's something else going on here, and I'm not even sure what it could be. It's very frustrating. Sending shelving and new washer dryer, sending stuff. I'm going to make a comment here too. Do you know what you haven't seen so far? The people that live there. We're now into December 8th. Not a single shot of the people who live there. Look at this family. Look at these unhoused people. Aren't we great? You don't see that. These are volunteers. These are all people donating. This is all the publicity because they don't suck. I mean, they might suck for other reasons. I don't know. But you haven't seen a single photo of like, hey, here are the people who are sad. Look at how sad these people are. Just watch. It's going to be one next. All these people are volunteers. These are all people putting stuff together. Even cops. All cops are bad, but these two dudes, good for them. These are all people working there. Donating. Stop donating Little Debbie. I know people appreciate it and they like snacks, but donate slightly better than Little Debbie. Little Debbies are so bad for people. If you can knit, this is, by the way, a thing. If you can knit, donate knitting. Absolutely do that. See, we're way early. We're just going to keep going. We're just going to keep going way back. These are all volunteers. Let's see, what is this space that they're doing? Civic Lead for providing our guests daily care needs. Thank you so much for standing. Thank you, Allison and her children, Logan on the left, and Preston. These are thank yous. These are all thank yous to people who are donating. Now we're in November. And we're seeing it. Yeah, give food with fiber. No shit. These are mason jars filled with stuff to cook with. These are all the bags. None of these people are unhoused. Ketchup's good. These are great. No one donates soap. Donate cheap soap. Donate so much of it because you don't, like, the first night someone stays in one of these things that they have a shower, they will use that whole bottle. And it's their fucking right, as far as I'm concerned. They'll use half a fucking bottle of soap and just like you have no idea what the smell is like when your body's clean for the first time in a long time. It's beautiful. And they'll use the whole fucking bottle. And well, whatever cheap scent you may think is like overdone for you, fucking Axe body spray, the cheapest way, doesn't matter. Fucking clean and not that smell changes everything. As I'm still not seeing. Huh. And yet, that's all we get from these fuckers.
Since the pastor's charges,
Here's First Liberty Institute again.
At a very early age, it was a different time, and some things were going on in the church, and some things occurred in my life that caused me to look and go, there's no God, there's no way these people believe what they're saying. And I was convinced. I was convinced. And not only that, then as I kind of grew, right, I said, well, science has disproven God. The Bible's full of contradictions and errors. I knew all these things, right? And not only that, I was a moral jerk, right? I'd look down at other people. I'd come across Christians, of course. And, I remember literally, talking to a Christian, he's sitting there smoking. I'm like, you're a Christian, you smoke. I'm an atheist and I don't. I really had that cynical heart. I'm like, I'm faithful to my wife. I don't swear. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I'm a better Christian than you guys. Of course, I didn't understand at all what it really.
This is like, yes, the people in the background are props. If you want to know what props are, notice we didn't see that in the other one. And this is a professional video filmed by the First Liberty Institute for a reason. He's a prop too. True. All of this is props, very much. But also he is super full of shit in this story. I was a cynical atheist. I
remember literally, talking to a Christian, he's sitting there smoking. I'm like, you're a Christian, you smoke. I'm an atheist and I don't. I really had that cynical heart. I'm like, I'm faithful to my wife. I don't swear. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I'm a better Christian than you guys. Of course, I didn't understand at all what it really, I call them in-your-faitheists. So I was an in-your-faithist, which is some guy who's going to seek out Christians, right, and try and destroy their faith. But if a Christian ever came to me and tried to share their faith, I would be happy to sit down. All of a sudden.
This poor woman in the wheelchair doesn't even know that she's like being used right now. Oh, it's just this hurts me on every level. I fucking hate this. But again, there has to be
Pastor Mike, you guys all.
I'm going to get demonetized. But we're going to watch this because this was an accident for me to find. Daniel Ewers has 2 subscribers who uploaded this video. I am not supposed to see this. I don't think anyone is. I don't think this was meant to go out. What the fuck? 11 people have seen this. There's more people who are going to see it on this stream than have watched this in 4 years. Fuck. Okay, we're just going to talk about what's on the screen, and then this is the good stuff. Remember when I said how this guy didn't come out of fucking nowhere? I made that comment like 5 or 6 times. And I one sec, I'm making sure that I can. One sec. I may have to download an updater from my YouTube downloader because once we watch this, someone is going to comment and someone's going to delete this video. And I want to make sure we have that. So, hey, look, Dad's Place, Bryan, Ohio, Facebook from me, Dad's Place Church. COVID-19 and the cure. Oh. This is March 28th, 2020. This was the week that the DGQC was started. So while I was creating a space for complex philosophy to be reviewed, and it spread to the United States and the rest of the world, Chris Avell, pastor of Dad's Place Church, shared with us news about the much deadlier virus, which has overtaken the world with 100% infected and 100% destined to die. Take with us the cure. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, for fuck's sake.
All know Mike, came up and shared just a wonderfully blessed and encouraged word with you today. And I was thinking, so first he goes up and I'm kind of like, uh-oh, because I'm like, who's... You asked me to well, like, you never know. I'm like, who's he kicking out? Like, who's he like, get out? But instead, it's neat because we have people like Pastor Mike, Pastor Steve, and as stuff like this happens, right, let's face it, this is a chaotic, crazy time in our world right now. It's just a lot of unprecedented things in the United States, and it's a time of confusion and chaos and fear and doubt. And a pastor's heart, like Pastor Mike or Pastor Steve, their heart is just for the people, to comfort you and encourage you. And when this kind of stuff happens in me, kind of the evangelist in me bubbles up. So I was thinking, oh, what a nice way to start service, because now I'm going to smack you around a little bit. Okay, so we're going to right, and is kind of starting to spread all around. Kind of now there's you can go online and John Hopkins University or something is updating this map continuously. So this is kind of the map of where it's hit. So of course it exploded from China, right, and is kind of starting to spread all around the world. As a matter of fact, this is like a day-old map, and if you look at the map today, it's even spread further. So I'm going to pose just a very, very strange scenario to you. Okay, let's say that we in fact had the cure. We had the cure. We as a people, we had the cure to the coronavirus, and so.
Man, this is 5 years. This is not even 5 years ago.
We decided what we were going to do is we were going to get together many times every week, just as a group of people, and we were going to keep taking more and more of the cure for ourselves. And
I can see where it's going. I can't. I get it. I get it. I don't know if I want to literally have him say that the disease and the virus is atheism and the cure is Christ and church. That's what he's going to say. That's what he's going to say. Further deeper as it is. Oh, I don't. We're going to jump slightly forward.
Symptoms. If you've ever lied,
sin is the virus.
You don't have to raise your hand. We don't need to know your symptoms, right? If you've ever stolen something, or maybe you've acted out in anger, or maybe you've had sexual relations outside of marriage, or maybe you've gossiped, or maybe you've abused your body with drugs or alcohol, you have the disease of sin.
Those symptoms make it clear that you have the disease. And in fact, as the coronavirus has affected, we make a big deal of this, but there's under 200,000 cases right now, under 200,000 of the coronavirus. That's well under 1% of the population. Currently in the world, there are 7.3 billion known cases of the sin virus.
Yes, Ms. Dixer, I am aware. Just to quote, when I said metaphor, I was overthinking it.
Death. Ultimately, death.
I saved it. We're going to do that. We're going to leave it there. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing.
An Ohio pastor has been arraigned and is facing criminal charges. What?
You ever play Sam and Max? It's the mole man. I don't know why. I can't help it.
What exactly did he do, and what has the reaction been? We'll dive in and discuss all of it here in just a second. Welcome, everybody, to Not By Sight News. Yes, a blind Christian guy here reporting to you on the news of the end times and so much more. Thanks for spending part of your day with me today, reminding you, as always, that we walk by faith, not by sight. And for someone like...
I overthink everything when it comes to, like, it was an accidental comparison too, by the way. It ended up, but it's like,
Pastor,
every time I'm talking about metaphor, I think really
18 criminal charges for violating your city's zoning laws, and so we'll start there. Can you tell us what led?
This is a Christian broadcasting network.
Well, we opened in, I believe it was March. We opened our doors 24/7. So we decided as a church. Again, from the beginning, before we had opened the church, this was the vision to eventually open 24/7. And in March, just through some things God had done and what we were seeing, we decided that was time. It was time to do it so that people can come in day or night.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you, and I feel like there's a lot more happening around this, and I want to find out what the fuck is going on with this guy. It's the only one that does this. But again, why is it when I do it by that, and otherwise it's... But again, we're not seeing...
Hi, Jeremy Dice here. I'm at the airport. Just got done with a hearing down in Bryan, Ohio. I got here last night about midnight. Go down to the hearing for the county court case we're involved with Dad's Place. I'm going home tonight, I hope, and we'll come back here on Thursday for another.
That's great. We don't give a shit. I just want to see more. What does this have to do with anything? What the fuck?
It was quite shocking, I'd say, and humiliating, and I didn't understand.
This is USA Today.
It because my faith requires we sit down at the table as friends.
It's so fucking fascinating. I gotta dig more. I need like a LexisNexis or some shit. I need something bigger to it's crazy. USA Today sucks, but USA Today is like, if you want to dip your toe in the fucking average consumer American voice, which by the way sets the tone for everything else, much as that sucks. They're the king. They nail it. So here's how this is going to work. This is going to be open. It's in stream notes. I'm going to leave it open. This is the experiment. I'm going to add some things in here. We're going to do it actually real quick. I think actually it might be a good idea to just jump right in. And I'm going to start adding some particulars around each bit. So that way we can have some semblance of like what it's for. So that way that can be sort of set up. All right. So over here, we're going to do, this is what this setup is for, this side. It's not perfectly set up, but I don't really care. That's that. Then the second quadrant is the power analysis. And the goal is, if you have access to this doc, which all of you do, if you want to have it, you're not forced to go in, I don't care. But the idea is to fill out as much as possible. If you don't realize, here's a little trick. All of this, which I like all of this is very nice. Let me remove that. Everything that's in here. No, come on. All of this can shrink down extremely small. So that way you're able to fit a ton of stuff into this. You're not stuck in the size of these things, to just be very clear about it. So when we have these things, for example, which is all of these little bits, let's get a couple of them in there. This, and I don't want that last outside. Why are you including it? It's terrible, frustrating. I don't want to include them. Let's lock you in place for right now because it's annoying the shit out of me. The ability to basically sync everything up. So that way it stays and it will adjust and it will maintain arrows and terms and everything. Myopic, we want to include you. But it'll make sure everything stays generally relational. So that way we can fit everything we need to into each of the spaces. We didn't look for Google. This is everything. So the goal here is for us to do all of this work on this thing. And here's the goal of the experiment at the end of the day. At the end of the day, we want to eventually come up with a reframing. Terms, words that can build a new setup. And then I'm going to, and I'm going to annoy a handful of other streamers, we're going to do this. We're going to write articles. I'm going to signal boost them. We're going to boost them with bots. We're going to fucking do all the shit that they do. We're going to see if it does anything. And if it doesn't, it's not a failure. We're going to look at why it didn't. We're going to figure it out and adjust again. And we're going to continue to do this because we need new tools. And this is only tool one. Tool one is not thinking of an elephant. That's what we're doing here. We're trying to help people not think of elephants and not think of elephants ourselves. Because our goal is not to fight elephants. Our goal is not to destroy elephants. That's not what we're doing. Our goal is to try to make the world a better place. That's it. I'm going to toss a handful of links into these areas, and I'm going to put it up. This is going to be the end of the stream for the night. Tomorrow, I'm going to stream again. We're going to go over this again. And then the next day. This is my new project from here out. Is trying to build new ways for us to engage, and weird ones. So if you have weird ideas, if you have things that you don't know why people haven't done, and go esoteric, I'm working currently on a way that I can programmatically create a series of dice rolls that shifts the narrative completely randomly. Completely randomly. Because I think randomness is fun to play with. I have no idea how it'll work. I'm building an AI that'll sort of generate around randomness. I have no idea. The I Ching is sort of plays like that. There's a few other sort of versions. Ideas, weird shit, new ways for us to engage that steps outside of thinking about elephants. Because every time one of these things happens, if Trump comes out with a new fucking stupid thing, and he will, and he's going to do it all the time, the media is going to go insane. But there's stuff happening that we can't fight against when we just go, no. Trans people deserve rights. Black people deserve rights. Women deserve rights. Yes, people deserve rights. Yelling does nothing. This does nothing. We need to change the setup. We need to change it all. that's the goal tonight. Please join the Discord, discord.gg/DGQC. If you like what we do, you're welcome to join it. This board is going to be sitting open, and it's going to be an experiment. I'm going to be constantly saving it and keeping it backed up. It's going to be okay. But here's hoping it turns out everyone's not a shithead. And as we go, we're going to keep building. We're going to keep building and keep doing stuff. Because if you haven't noticed, this is only one of a very, very, very large space. Because the goal is for us to do as much as possible and create new ways for us to do this. That's it. I have no idea what's going to come of it. That's the best part. If you want to support what we're doing, patreon.com/DGQC. Send a super chat, send a super thanks. All kinds of stuff. Become a member of the channel. All of those fun things. And otherwise, just be good to each other. Just be good to each other. I'm going to see if I can send you somewhere cool. Is there anyone cool on right now? It's not doing just drama crazy shit. I don't feel like doing drama shit right now. I don't feel like sending you to drama shit. I feel like no live or other stuff. What the fuck? Nothing. I got nothing. So I won't be sending you anywhere. Have a good evening. Love to all of you. Be safe and try not to think about elephants.